Well, now may I request the organizers to kindly be seated. We're going to be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you. A very good morning to one and all present here. At the outset, I, Subramanian V, your host for the conclave, would like to welcome each and everybody.
నా ప్రణతులు విఘ్నభగ్న నిమగ్న వర సద్గుణ గంగణపతికి నా ప్రణతులు విఘ్నభగ్న నిమగ్న వర సద్గుణ గంగణపతికి నా ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి ప్రణతులు 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 దిగిదిగిద దిత్తై దిత్తై దత్తరి దత్తాగం దిగిదిగిద కృతక దిత్తై దిత్తై దత్తరి దత్తాగం దత్తానుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ಣ తొంగ డెక్కు తొంగ నంగిడకిడతగ 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 దిందం నుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ಣ తొంగ డెక్కు తొంగ నుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ణ తొంగ డెక్కు తొంగ తాగం దిత్తం దిక్కిడతగ దిత్త దత్తిరగిడజం తక్కిడకిడతగ దిక్కిడకిడతగ తొంగిడకిడతగ దిందం తక్కిడకిడతగ దిక్కిడకిడతగ తొంగిడకిడతగ దిందం తక్కు డెక్కు తక్కిట్ట తొంగిడకిడతగ ఢేణ తం దిక్కిడతగ దిక్కి తక్కు దిక్కు తక్కిట్ట తొంగిడకిడతగ ఢేణ తం దిక్కిడతగ దిక్కి తద్దది తಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣ తాగ తక్కిడతగ జం కిడతగ జం దిత్తక్కుం దడ్డెక్కు దಣ್ಣ తద్దది తಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣ తాగ తక్కిడతగ జం కిడతగ జం దిత్తక్కుం దడ్డెక్కు దಣ್ಣ దಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣత జన్నుం జన్నుత దిమ్మిం దిమ్మి తత్తత దిద్ది దత్తాహ తత్త తాగిడకిడతగ జేగిడకిడతగ తళంగద దిత్తగ దదిగిణతం తళంగద దిత్తగ దదిగిణతం తళంగద దిత్తగ దదిగిణతం దద్ది తಣ್ಣత దింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣం దింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣత దింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣం దింద తాగ దంత జడు దంత జడు గంత తనాజడు దంత జడు గగన దంత జడు దంత జడు దత్త దంత దగ గంత దగ తాగ దిత్త జడు దిత్త దగ దినత దంత జడు దంత జడు గంత దిత్త జడు దత్త జడు దత్త జడు దంత జడు.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a perfect start for the day, isn't it? What a scintillating performance. So that does deserve another huge round of applause. Thank you very much. May I now request the hotel staff to make the seating arrangements necessary on stage so that we can continue with the official proceedings. You can call him. A7. Venerated ladies and revered gentlemen, it is now time to invite our guests onto the stage. May I request everyone to join your hands as we invite our chief guest in his absentia, Sri Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, the new parliament is getting inaugurated in New Delhi, embarking a new journey for all the parliamentarians, of course, for us as well. This is the reason why he couldn't make it to our event. He's, of course, sent his best wishes for our conclave to be a successful one, which will be played shortly by the team. It is now time to invite Sri Bocha Satyanarayana in his absentia, again, Honorable Minister of State for Education. He too could not make it to the conclave's inauguration ceremony due to some official commitments. Well, it is now time to invite our first guest on the stage, Dr. Vijay Chautaiwale, eminent scientist in charge Foreign Affairs, BJP. May I request Ms. Vasavi to usher Dr. Chautaiwale on stage. Well, let us now join our hands in welcoming our next guest on stage, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, President, Indian National Science Academy, Chair S20, and former Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. May I request Akshita to kindly usher Professor Ashutosh Sharma on stage. Well, it is now time to invite our next guest on stage, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. May I request Ms. Vasavi, please usher Dr. Pankaj Mittal on stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director, ICAR, National Academy of Agricultural Research and Management, Hyderabad. May I request Vasavi to kindly usher Dr. Srinivas Rao on stage. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Global Chair of World Forum for Education and Chancellor of Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology University, Andhra Pradesh, to join us on stage. It is also my bound duty to invite Sri Bharatlal Meena ji, Chairman and co-founder of Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. To make this day a blessed one, let us invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. May I now invite all dignitaries on stage to join us for lighting the lamp. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries on stage. May I request you to kindly be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite Dr. Biligi, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology, Innovative University, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished guests and invitees, a warm welcome to the i2C2 version 2.0. We gather here to celebrate the spirit of sharing knowledge, innovation, creativity towards making education better, more fruitful to the society and the individuals. If there is one thing in this world that multiplies on sharing, it is just knowledge and nothing else. In India, we have a very rich heritage that celebrates the power of knowledge, power of ideas, the indomitable spirit of questioning, reasoning, and inquiry is deeply ingrained into the Indian way of life. We see this in our Vedic scriptures. Upanishads are all about inquiry. Mandukya Upanishad, Kenopanishad, all seek questions and answers. They are all in the questions and answer form. And they do seek, and I think the Indian way is about seeking. As we seek to embrace the Indian ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it actually translates to Vasudha Iva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is one family. I think we can go now to the same, entire universe is going to be one family when we talk about sustainability and related aspects, where the entire cosmos we are seeing as one. And what better place than Visakhapatnam for this sojourn? A seaside venue and evening breezes. I think Vizag is a very happening place, and I think it's a very nice place for us to go through this sojourn. Isn't it interesting to note that the game of chess, snake and ladder, Fibonacci series, plastic surgery, all were inventions of India. They originated here. They went to the globe. They have reached the nook and corners of the globe and well adapted all over the world. Much the same, not are we too different. When we talk about UPI, Universal Payment Interface, which everybody, I think even the lowest of low in hierarchical, professional hierarchy or even economic hierarchy in India today use. You can see the roadside vendors using UPI as a payment interface for the lowest denominations. While we have adapted this, we have borrowed the underlying technology from the rest of the globe, mostly from the West. One of the objectives of this conclave, i2C2 conclave, is to further this global bonhomie in recognizing and sharing knowledge creation. We hope this conclave will be an enriching and enjoyable experience for all of us, and we do carry home a lot of learnings from this, and I think a lot of collaboration opportunities should emerge from this conclave. And a conclave of this magnitude and impact is not at all possible without the participation and patronage of leaders of eminence, panelists who have made an indelible mark in their careers, in their chosen fields, and of course, the delegates who are so eager to acquire more knowledge, understand what's happening in this space. On behalf of the i2C2 conclave, we welcome Shri Subhash Sarkarji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, in absentia. We are grateful to him for wishing us through a AV message, which will be played later. We welcome Shri Bocha Satyanarayan Garu, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, in absentia. We welcome Dr. Vijay Chautaiwala, sir, who is in charge of Foreign Affairs with Bharatiya Janata Party. Sir, a hearty welcome to you. Sir has transformed the overseas outreach program of BJP, engaging of the party with foreign embassies and overseas political parties. We welcome Professor Ashutosh Sharmaji, President of INSA, current chair of S20 under the auspices of G20. He had a brilliant career in IIT, Kanpur, and there are a host of research contributions in the invention to his credit. May I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities. She has more than 3 decades of illustrious contributions to higher education and UGC. She is also the Chief Commissioner of Guides under Bharat Scouts and Guides. Welcome to Dr. Srinivas Rao Garu. He is the Director of ICAR NAM with a postdoctoral from Israel in soil sciences. He has worked in IISS, IIPR, CREDA, Hyderabad. Our hearty welcome to panelists and delegates from Bangladesh, Montenegro, Israel, Nepal, Philippines, UAE, Malaysia, who have traveled a long distance to share their experiences, knowledge with all of us. Thank you so much for being here and welcome. We are fortunate to have very eminent panelists and speakers. I think as we start the sessions, we will all know about it, more and more about it. With us today, i2C2 wishes a hearty welcome to all of you. Their insights into multiple substreams of the conclave, the discussions and subsequent moderation will help us in accelerating transformation in our chosen fields. The Department of Youth Advancement, Tourism and Culture, Government of Andhra Pradesh have been kind enough to arrange a very special cultural program. This cultural program depicts Indian art forms, which is going to happen today evening. A hearty welcome to officers of the department as well as the troupe which is doing this. Tomorrow, 29th May, we have a very special interactive session with Sri Ram Madhavji, President and founder of India Foundation, ex-Global Secretary of Bharatiya Janata Party, author and social leader. We welcome him to the conclave. Very enriching session will be there. I think tomorrow we can expect it to be very, very happening. Once again, a hearty welcome to all. May the light of knowledge shine the paths of our lives and thereby that of the society. Welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, it is now time to invite Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Global Chair of World Forum for Education and Chancellor of Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology University for the introduction and setting the tone.
Thank you, Subramaniam. Thank you all. A very warm welcome to all of you. Good morning. Namaskaram. Shri Subhash Sarkarji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Shri Vijay Chautaiwala, BJP International Affairs in charge. Professor Ashutosh Sharmaji, INSA President, Chair S20. Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji. and Dr. Srinivasa Rao Garu, NARM Hyderabad Director. Thank you very much. It's an absolute honor and to have such an illustrious panel here for the inaugural session. We will hear from them their ideas on innovation and creativity in a while. My heartfelt acknowledgement goes to all of you who are present here from various parts of the world. My colleague chancellors, eminent scientists, representatives from the industry, and of course my parents. They are here to encourage too. I represent the Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. This university is a relatively new university. I'm the chancellor and founder of it. We are based out of Satya Sai district in Andhra Pradesh, a state private university of Andhra Pradesh. We have three things that stands out in Bharatiya Engineering University. A, the fact that we are top to bottom Bharatiya. We exude Indianness in whatever we do, and we aim to do that for all our indigenous knowledge systems across the country. We are also an innovation university that looks at innovation intersecting upon each subject that we take up at the university. We are also the best, the Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. So we call ourselves the best university. The best in accredited repute for excellence in research and teaching, but also while being strongly rooted to our value systems of the nation. I would like to take this opportunity and welcome you all to my university. Some of you are visiting us on the 31st, straight from the conclave, and we have a huge land parcel of about 200 acres with plantation, very, very serene environment. I'm sure you'll have a great time. So I welcome all of you to the university formally here on this platform. While the university remains committed to education, to research, we realize that a country like Bharat, India, has a rich source of traditional wealth. I heard Mr. Mahindra speaking recently in one of the conclaves where he said, every village in India exudes jugaad. Jugaad is a very typical Indian term we use for quick fix, for indigenous innovations. Now, how do we make the jugaad jhakas, which is fantabulous, is in the hands of each one of us educators present here. It is our responsibility to provide showcase and platform to such innovators who may or may not be from a formal education background or from a formal university background. With this, we decided to incept the World Forum for Education. It's a parallel arm of the Best Innovation University, which contributes to the innovators in the form of documenting their innovations, in the form of prototyping their innovations, and in some cases, even patenting and commercializing their innovations. All my students, as a matter of responsibility, are attached to villages from their first semester till the last semester. And they ensure that they bring in these innovations that are contributing to the community, adding to the social and economic value of our nation. And they also know at the end of their 8 semesters what are the issues that our people face in the rural India. May not have solutions, but they definitely identify the challenges that the villagers face, the rural India faces. This is the kind of exposure we like to give our students through World Forum for Education, through Best Innovation University. It's basically about providing a platform to these innovators for showcase and for credit. We believe at the university and the World Forum for Education that mere accumulation of knowledge from a university system is of very limited practical use unless it's translated to innovations, unless it contributes to the social and economic value of our nation. It is this transfer of knowledge for economic growth that has impacted societies at large and has revolutionized the world. WFE is incepted with an aim to spread these networks that are dedicated to capture, to share, to exchange developmental experiences with national and international partners or individual knowledge givers, document these creative thoughts, ideas, and nurture them in order to accelerate development. We work on several themes. We have culture, we have heritage, we have civilizational legacy, we have creativity, we have innovation, we have government, ministries, policy, we have community capacity, which is building capacities in the rural communities. We also have interactive, technology-driven learner experiences and environments. We, of course, have skills and startups as a part of the theme of World Forum for Education. Most of these themes revolve around the foundation of education, skills, and knowledge sharing as a focal point. I'd like to take you to the past and where we are in the present and where we are moving to the future. The theme of this year's World Forum for Education's International Innovation and Creativity Conclave is the future of education. What was the past like? We say Adhyayan, Manam, and Chintan. This was the composite strategy for cultivation of knowledge in ancient India. Let the autonomy of learning promote this composite culture of learning, such that the learners are able to create an environment which is competent enough to support their moral, social, intellectual growth in terms of conversations and interactions with each other. There is a need to spread such pedagogies on a larger scale. Present. We all know what age we are in. We are in an age that requires learning environments, that engineers insight in the students, that creates the intense urge to apply this knowledge for the good of the humanity. It's no longer just about teaching for enlightenment. We have so many digital tools. I have some of the top edu-tech companies here. Hemant is here from Kolpol. They're doing remarkable work in the tech, knowledge tech space. So this is the present that we are in. Now the future. As the world evolves, driven by global challenges, in part by the global pressing issues that we will face, and the accelerated rate of the technological innovations, what students learn, how they learn, becomes important, and that needs to evolve too. This will mean developing new mindsets, evolving how we teach and learn by making learning more personalized and accessible to all, finding more meaningful ways in engaging and evaluating the learning tools. As we march towards a radically different future, what should be the role of education? And how it might look is the question that we will deliberate on today. The issue of our day, such as equitable access to education, to digital literacy, to sustainability and economic volatility, are only getting more complex. In order for today's students to be tomorrow's leaders, to address these challenges on a large scale, there is a dire need for global mindsets and multidisciplinary skill sets to be evolved. Specifically, the role of educators in helping students becoming civic-minded, collaborative problem solvers. The conclave themes, therefore, revolve around creative internationalization. There is a lot being spoken about the FHEIs coming to India. We are opening up our doors for the foreign universities to set up their campuses in India. What does future look like? How do we nurture these unique collaborations within and outside of our country is the question. It's no longer about academic collaboration, scientific collaboration. It's much more than that. Since we are moving into a technology-driven future, we can explore a lot of possibilities together. The 21st century has only accelerated heterogeneity in education, and that's beyond borders, thanks to the innovations that we have in technology. Reimagining education is one more theme for the conference. What do future campuses look like? Will we still have a brick and mortar institution, or can we make do with it? Cultural reconnection. Can we, for example, see the future of India without the lenses of the past? We go back 5,000 years. Is it even possible? We will be treading into a very uncertain future if we do not look into our heritage, our past. So, the cultural reconnection, but how do we devise an instructional delivery for the same? A design and delivery for the same. Leading higher education innovation in digital era. This has been a hot topic in all the conferences that I have been attending past 2 years. Last but not the least, our conservational aspects. We are losing out our earth. We are losing out our biodiversity. We need to ensure that there is a balance between the food, the energy, and the water, the natural resources. We have several prolific speakers on this topic joining us on that panel. Finally, the way to improve this world is to work for it and is to build it. Whether an impactful learning environment, whether a digital era, a completely digital model is possible? Well, absolutely yes. But do we know a perfect way to achieve this? Absolutely not. We need reconnection, we need innovation, we need exchange, we need research, we need a lot of exchange of dialogues. And we need a larger team to delve deep into the future of education. With this platform and with the theme, Education of the Future, let's together ideate, exchange, sign up some fruitful collaborations, and go back with some takeaways, a solid conclave experience. We've had some dropouts from the people joining us. Maybe during the day they are joining by about 2 p.m., so we'll have a lot more engagement happening by the end of the day. Again, thank you all for being here and for encouraging the conclave. We look forward to interactions with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through to the future and talking us through to the past as well. Thank you very much. Now we know why we are the best. May I now request the console to play the AV message, which has the best wishes for us from Shri Subhash Sarkarji, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention to the background screen?
Namaskar, warm greetings to all. I would be happy to be present here. Conclave version 2, hosted by the Namaskar, warm greetings to all. I would be happy to be present here today at the inauguration of International Innovation and Creativity Conclave version 2, hosted by the Best Innovation University in collaboration with the World Forum for Education in Visakhapatnam. But as you all are aware that a grand ceremony of inauguration of new Parliament building of India by our Honorable Prime Minister will be held today. I am unable to be present here physically, hence I would like to deliver my words through this online mode. On this occasion, I would like to extend a special welcome to our Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Botsa Satyanarayana. You should have a clarion clap. Dr. Vijay Chauthaiwala, in charge Foreign Affairs Department, BJP. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, who is the President INSA and Chair S20 and former Secretary DST. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, and Dr. Rupa Basudevan, who is the Global Chair WFE and also Chancellor Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Andhra Pradesh, as well as the organizer. Dr. Bharatlal Meena, who is the also Chairman of Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, and he is also the organizer. Yes, your leadership has been instrumental in making this event possible. I personally welcome all the participating universities and higher education institutes. As we all know, Best Innovation University is renowned for its commitment to providing quality education and fostering innovation among its students. I am thrilled to be part of this event where such brilliant minds have come together. Innovation and creativity are key drivers of economic growth and development. Initiatives like G20 and ACE20 highlights the importance for the same. The fact that we are gathered here today as part of this initiative of G20 and ACE20 speaks volumes about the significance of this event. Sustainable development is defined as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own need. As we are all aware, the world is changing at an unprecedented pace with technological advancements. Moving towards Industry 5.0 is revolutionizing the way we do business. Keeping in view the 2030 agenda of Sustainable Development Goal, that is SDG 2030, it is imperative that we adapt to these changes and build an entrepreneurial ecosystem that is sustainable, inclusive, and leaves no one behind. I would like to share that Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji said, today India not only has the potential to become the knowledge center of the world, but the skill capital as well. Today India has a large number of capable youth. Our youth have skills, values, and the necessary passion and honesty to work. This skill capital of India can become the engine of development of the world. For strengthening systemic capacity for the future skill framework, we are creating portable, lifelong credential that students can acquire from multiple sources, facilitated by National Digital University by leveraging digital learning. This offers a personalized learning experience with great flexibility to students in the way of accumulation of credits through the academic bank of credits, an online storehouse or repository of academic training data that allows student mobility among higher education institutions through a formal process of credit recognition, accumulation, transfer, and redemption. This approach not only democratizes learning but also improves retention by promoting student-centered and customized learning at their own pace by allowing multiple entries and multiple exits. Yes, the COVID 19 pandemic ushered innovative digital reforms to traditional learning methods. We're taking these forward and building on these to make education more accessible to remote areas and people with disabilities. Digital learning initiatives such as Bharat Skills provide e-learning platforms, apps, and upgraded resources to cater to individual learners, particularly disadvantaged groups. The Indian government is prioritizing short-term, specialized digital micro-learning opportunities through a mix of credit and non-credit based certification. This includes assessment platforms, digital skill standards, and massive open online courses such as SWAM. Our focus on education and skill development is shifting towards personalized learning and work pathways, catering to the needs of learners and addressing industry demand for upskilling and reskilling. India's digital education and skilling platform such as Skill India, Digital and eSkill India support this shift by offering global quality courses for upskilling in digital and professional skills in multiple sectors and languages. As policymakers, we need to understand how the educational products and policies that we offer to students should be a comprehensive package that teaches students to adapt and evolve to ever-changing times. India realized the need to undertake major reforms that brings the highest quality, equity and integrity into the system. From early childhood care and education through higher education to bridge the gap between the current state of learning outcomes and what is required. The aim of India must be to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, with equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners regardless of social or economical background. The National Education Policy 2020 is the first education policy of the 21st century and aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. India was and will be considered to be the beacon of light, the centers of learning since ancient times. The whole idea of education was focused on the enrichment of culture, character, and personality, development and cultivation of noble ideals. The objective was to gain the mental, physical, and intellectual toughness to make the students future ready and survive in any situation. My dear friends, the Indian knowledge system grew over the ages with the contribution of teachers who helped students to evolve by inculcating human values, knowledge, and skills. We have a long history of teaching and learning, and some of the milestones learning institutions in ancient India were Takshashila, Nalanda, Vallavi, Sharada, Pit, Udantapuri, Vikramashila, and many more. The Indian scholars have a lot to offer the world knowledge in diverse fields, such as in mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, medical science and surgery, civil engineering, architecture, shipbuilding and navigation, yoga, fine arts, chess and more, ranging from Aryabhatta, Chanakya, Gautama, Thiruvalluvar. In today's age, when we are living in a knowledge economy, it is very important to create academic institutions of eminence which will not only give wings to the aspiration of our youth but also attract students from distant shores who will come here in quest of knowledge and in the process also get a first-hand insight into our age-old culture and heritage. The National Education Policy 2020 is at the heart of our efforts towards strengthening institutional capacity to embed lifelong learning in the education and skill system. It calls for the interconnectedness of initiatives across formal, non-formal and informal modes to make learning system more holistic, multidisciplinary and comprehensive to address diverse learning needs. Aligned with this policy is the National Credit Framework 2023, which aims to integrate vocational, academic and experiential education through a flexible choice-based credit system for learners through school, higher and vocational education. Guided by this policy, the Government of India is rethinking the ways in which we develop, assess and recognize skills, primarily through the integration of academic and vocational education and training to reduce the structural barriers for transitioning between the two related to curriculum, assessment models, certification and the governance and so on. My dear friends, the pandemic changed the entire way the world was functioning, and I believe an entire generation of students was taken by surprise, disrupted every aspect of their lives. The abrupt transition highlighted the need of future education system to be prepared for such unprecedented situations. Developing technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality can introduce immersive learning experiences. Imagine a classroom where students can step into the shoes of historical figures, and one where they get hands-on experience of what they learn from textbooks. One of India's greatest strengths is skilled workforce. Such virtual simulations are essential for skill development and vocational training. Working together in a virtual environment gives them the confidence and skills to thrive in their chosen profession. It can support collaborative learning experiences that makes the campus a vibrant hub of knowledge and innovation. Moreover, this paved way for global partnership and open doors of cross-cultural learning experiences. Online platforms facilitate access to our own sustainability challenges. I would like to conclude by sharing a quote by former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. Changes in the innovation landscapes in higher education institutions and also help higher education institutions in implementing the National Education Policy 2020 effectively and making India a knowledge powerhouse through the sustained generation of innovation and startups from academic institutions. Namaskar.
And it is indeed a great pleasure. Most important opportunities as well as challenges in front of our education system. And those are basically innovation and creativity. Before going into that topic, I would like to specifically mention that organized as a part of Science 20, which is also part of one of the very important streams of G20. Friends, we have taken G20 at a very critical juncture because India has and the world has a dreaded challenge of COVID pandemic. And also there is a enormous change in the geopolitical situation due to Ukraine-Russia conflict. Without going into geopolitics, while we discuss about the pandemic, classic management case of how a vaccine can be developed in a very affordable way. And I must insist that when the vaccine story started, the multinational companies were offering vaccine doses to India at a $35 per dose. And when we came out, the India came out, our own vaccine, we have given close to 2 billion doses and 90% of it or more than 90% of it at a free of a cost. Imagine if you would have bought those doses, first of all, no global company, especially Pfizer or etc., someone else, would not have been able to supply so many doses. But even if they would have supplied, multiply those 2 billion into 35 and how much money India would have been spent if we would have dependent on foreign vaccine suppliers. So this is one example. Second example, again in the COVID, is how we distributed the vaccines through the remotest part of India. And third is that how we give a certificate, the digital one, which you can download from anywhere and it is authenticated. And all these three innovations were India specific. They have been developed for Indian people. But then when world has recognized that India is offering such solutions, many countries have actually offered, requested India that those solutions should be provided to them, and India has provided. So why I am giving this example, that in the toughest time also, our country has an ability to come out with a very innovative solutions. And those innovative solutions are not only useful for Indian people, but they can be scaled up to various parts of the world. Another example is UPI, which has been mentioned by the past speakers also. And each one of you must be using at least one UPI platform from your mobile. And there are many stories now on social media how UPI has been intelligently used by the street vendors, sabji walas and milk vendors. One of the funniest story I have seen is that, as you know, in many parts of India, on one particular day, we offer some money to the cow owner of cow, so that he can sustain his cow. So in one of the picture or video I received was that this cow owner, farmer, had actually put a QR code on the neck of his cow, and he was just asking everyone that you scan the QR code and donate me money. So innovation has gone to that extent. But now again I am giving you example how this can be further gone at a can go into the global level. Now many countries, in fact I met recently an ambassador from a very developed European country, and he was telling me that they are exploring a possibility if
UPI can be implemented or can be connected with their financial system in their country. So I asked why this is happening, why you feel the need, and he said that we receive hundreds of thousands of Indian tourists every day, every year rather, and if we can connect the payment with UPI, they don't have to carry a lot of cash foreign exchange and then have a hassle of again bringing it back and converting into rupee and losing the money. They can directly pay with UPI. So the scalability of innovation, which typically the example of Jugaad was given here, one of the impediment of Jugaad technology is that it doesn't have scalability. But now with the democratization of these innovations, India has now attained a scale where the scalability of local solution can be done and it can provide it to the rest of the world. Now, while these success stories are very much here, we still have long way to go as far as innovation and creativity is concerned. And one of the most important bottleneck I feel is our education system, as Dr. Rupa has also mentioned in her speech, that our education system actually many a times doesn't allow us to be more innovative or creative. In fact, we confine it compels us to confine to the rigid boundary of what has been taught, and only that much you should be able to accept and also replicate whenever is required. So that has basically hindered our innovation to a great extent. When I was in my corporate world, I used to receive many PhD students for job interviews. I used to take their interviews. And I used to ask them, one of my favorite questions to them used to be that if you are given unlimited budget and you have been asked to continue whatever you have been doing in your PhD, what will you do? Many students could not answer this question. Those who answered, most of them, they would give only an incremental answer, incremental innovation answer. No one would say that I will solve some big problem. Whether it is successful or not is a different story, but even ability to think big, imagine big, that also is sometimes curtailed by our education system. Because I think the reason is that we as a culture have a tremendous fear of failure. And we feel that if we fail, then how the society will look at it, how our relatives will look at it, how our parents will look at it. And that actually is one of the impediments of having innovation in our mind. Many things have been changed. Of course, the new education policy is trying to overcome many of these issues. I don't want to go into the details because the minister has already talked about it. Another thing that is happening is a very large boom of startups in India. And many people are now thinking of doing something different than taking the job and have a very easygoing life. Coincidentally, just yesterday morning before I came here, I met one of the promoters of Oyo hotels. And typically we think that Oyo means generally the street side, low and middle income group hotels, modest arrangements. But the way he was telling me that how he's expanding his platform globally and also customizing those platforms globally and also catering the various segments of tourists, it was a mind-boggling. And he has come out of the college. He is also, we always think that only Bill Gates is a college dropout, but there are many Bill Gates, even in India, and he is one of them who dropped out of college and started Oyo almost 9-10 years back. So I'm witnessing a very silent revolution in terms of identifying the issues or problems or the needs of India, creating a solutions which are addressing to this unmet need, and then scaling it up and globalizing it. So at all three levels, things are happening, and it's a very heartening to say that many such initiatives are now being supported by Government of India. I always give this example in many cases that in 2014-15, there was one small biotech company in Delhi launched by one of my friends, and they were trying to discover or have a new drug for one of the cancers. And it was a great success story. They have reached certain stage, and then one big Swiss multinational pharma company offered them that they are ready to have an agreement with them to in-license their intellectual property. Only if they do certain amount of more work. So these people, they wanted some 5-6 crore rupees, and they couldn't find that money, so they had to mortgage their properties and somehow get the loan from the people with their relatives, and they achieved that target, and they got 35 million US dollars as an upfront fee. 35 million US dollars. What happens that as soon as the check is deposited or money is deposited in the bank, income tax people said that you have to pay 30% capital gains tax. So when the money was required, there was no one, but the tax person were there to take the taxes. When the innovation was encashed, when innovation was capitalized. Now it is the credit to the Narendra Modi government that they have reduced this tax, that if the innovation is patented in India or it is discovered by Indians, then the capital gains on any innovation or any IP is only 10%. So many policy changes are also been taken place in last 8-9 years. Atal Innovation Mission is another classical example where they are supporting hundreds of startups and incubators. I am very happy that both myself and previously Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, we are also a part of Atal Innovation Mission. And many such initiatives are being undertaken by the government and also many by the private sector people to encourage innovation in India. I guess we are changing, we are witnessing a very big revolution, a silent one in this regard. And we all need to be a part of it by wherever we are, is by encouraging such innovators, giving them proper guidance, mentorship. They always don't need the financial help. They do need, of course, but it's not the only thing. Where to stop, where to change the track, how to monetize it, and also overall mentoring in their difficult times is something which all of us who are in the academics should do, so as to make this country as a country of innovators and creators. And that only will create the jobs.
Wale, and Dr. Rupa was on these topics, and we would now hear also other speakers, Pankaj Mittal and others. So this is indeed a great day, a good day to talk about so many different things, and that we could talk actually for very long on these things. Really, the field is very, very wide, as we have already sampled some of it. So, sounds good. Creativity sounds good, very good. But why do we need them? I mean, we are doing stuff all right. Without them, I suppose, end of the century, are in excess of 3 degrees Celsius. That's probably being optimistic. Is that a problem only of science and technology to solve the climate change? Not really. I mean, no amount of technology is going to handle this problem. Why? Because technology is about efficiency of processes. It is not about the level of consumption. It is about per GDP, how much is the emission? Which means if I produce 1 unit of electricity, how much is the emission? But certainly I can bring it down to thermodynamic limits, what have you. But the science doesn't tell you that I should consume only half a unit of electricity. Actually, the developmental needs may require that I have to consume 10 units of electricity. So these ideas about innovation and creativity, let us first look at what is innovation, as I started saying. So let me complete that aspect first about disruptive science and sustainability pulling in different directions. Another aspect to this, if you were to examine, since the days of industrialization, every technology tries to make things horizontal. It tries to remove diversity. This has been one of the challenges of industrial societies, that look, we need standard things. All across EU, there would be one kind of plug, one kind of electricity, frequency, what have you, same kind of appliances. We eat from, from northern coast to southern coast in the same kind of restaurants with the same menu and so on. So there is a great push that technology has for leveling out things because it leads to greater efficiency. But diversity is important. We don't want to remove diversity, and diversity is a great ingredient of innovation and creativity. Why is that? Because innovation requires many different perspectives. We have not defined innovation, but I'll come to that in a moment. So any innovative society and creative society must be a diverse society. And that's the diversity of gender, is the diversity of age, is the diversity of geography, is the diversity of socioeconomic background and educational background, and the different things that we engage in for livelihood. So all of that diversity, how are we to retain that? By using technologies, in particular disruptive technologies. So sustainability of diversity, for example. Now let me just give you an example. Because of the rise of industrialization and globalization, everybody goes for one or two languages. Now, I mean, preferred language is English. Some kind of English. I mean, my English not the same as Queen's English. I don't know what that is, or King's English. But anyway, we all speak in some kind of English. So there is a great push because of technology and globalization to kind of even out that playing field of diversity. So question you ask is, how using the same technology would I preserve diversity, which is part of sustainability? So give you an example, machine translation. It's already there, and ChatGPT was mentioned, but things are happening very fast. Real-time language translation. And which should be a reality. In fact, I started looking at converting Wikipedia entries in English and French and German to Hindi, right? Because they are so little in, let's say, local languages. But if you had good machine translation, of course, if you, pose this question to a professor, he would just not like it at all. He'll say, no, machine translation is no good, right? Okay, all of that may be true, but it's going to happen. So within the next 10, 15 years, there should be good live translation. What that means is I no longer have to carry about Queen's English or King's English or whatever, or Shakespearean English. I don't have to worry about that at all. I speak in my own language, and the person who needs to understand me will hear it, will have a preference. He say, I want to hear in Shakespearean English. Perfectly good. Okay, go ahead, be my guest. So therefore, technology could be leveraged to preserve diversity. And similarly, many examples about how we would need disruptive thinking, disruptive science in order to have sustainable development. Another aspect of S20, one of the sub-themes is connecting science to society and culture. Now, of course, the heritage and culture and preserving that. Another thing, people don't worry about, about what kind of stuff. But of course, that there is a lot of instruments for doing that in science and technology. But most important thing is, as I pointed out, the overarching challenge of sustainability, sustainable development, is not only a challenge of science and technology, it's a challenge of society at large. And that society at large means unless it is connected to science and its stakeholders, whether it's in terms of as a lobby group for politics, whether it is contributing through non-governmental efforts, whether it is anything, whether it's education, any of that is the will of the society. It's finally the will of the society that would determine whether we live or die. So that connecting science to society in all its aspects is so important. In India, we often talk about thing called scientific temper. I don't know if you have heard about it. So it's one of these words, you know, that everybody like to throw around and say, hey, we should have a scientific temper. In fact, we should have big committees and a lot of schemes for inculcating scientific temper. I have been part of some of them. But you realize, you look at it a little bit and see that scientific temper has nothing to do with the number of degrees in science. It just absolutely has very little at all to do with if I'm a PhD in science, or I'm a master's in science, or bachelor's in science, or what have you. Even though we keep saying how people should, you know, learn more science, which is perfectly fine. The scientific temper means that every decision that I take is based on evidence, is based on data, is not based on my self-interest. And so the good test of scientific temper is when the scientist leaves the lab. It's not inside the lab. Inside the lab, everybody is scientific. Absolutely no problem about that. It's just when the scientist leaves the lab and goes to, for example, an interview panel. That's where the scientific temper has to be tested, and we often fail in that. And so there's another aspect that, you know, connecting science to society means bringing in these forces of rationality, if you would, that it's not only what is good for me, but what is good for everybody else is good for me as well. And that's that. So now I think I should conclude this. I haven't yet defined innovation and creativity. So if I do that, then I can get off this, I feel happy. Okay. So I thought about it for a long time, this innovation beast. And in fact, there was people from India know that there's a Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. Is considered prestigious for scientists. And about 15 years ago, there was a proposal to make a Bhatnagar Award in innovation. It looks perfectly all right on the surface. So what do you do when you do that? You make a committee. I was a member of that committee. And then we had 3 meetings, and we could not figure out innovation. So people said, hey, how are we going to judge this? How are we going to give this award, you know, if we can't quantify innovation? And people thought that innovation is not quantifiable, which is utter nonsense. In fact, it's more quantifiable than invention. And in fact, so I would like to propose that invention and innovation are opposite of each other. They are 180 degrees out of phase, or those who are mathematically inclined, they are orthogonal to each other. And what does it mean? It means invention and discovery is about creating knowledge and transmitting knowledge, which is what we do in universities. Education and research are the 2 components, the 2 pillars based on which we have invention and discovery. Innovation, so basically invention is the university, the best university. If you yourself call it best, you know, others would have to agree. I don't think they have an option. They say it's the best university, of course. It can't be made better though. So best is the enemy of better. We must remember that. Anyway, so invention means here's a black box. Money and resources come in and knowledge goes out. Innovation is another black box. If you don't like black, okay, red box. Then knowledge flows in and money flows out. So it's just opposite of how we think about invention and knowledge creation. It is these 2 ecosystems of creating knowledge and consuming knowledge through innovation that have to work together. And this is often a mystery when people say, hey, in India, the science, you know, is a little bit weak. How do they say it's a little bit weak? Because they don't see it in action, they don't see it working for society. The fact is that the 2 ecosystems of invention and innovation each have to be dealt with separately by different ways of addressing them, even in education and every other pursuit. So let's not be confused about barking up the wrong tree and saying, hey, if I throw in more money in supporting research, then everything's going to be okay, right? But that's like saying, look, if I threw in X amount and the output was this, let's say 0, I'm not saying 0, Invention output is quite a bit because in fact India now is number 3 in number of scientific publications. But if the innovation output was 0 by putting in X, and if I increase it to 2X, output would still be 0. That is because we have not addressed those mechanisms which are responsible for innovation, and we just keep saying, hey, if I strengthen invention ecosystem, then innovation will take care, right? But that's a wrong assumption to work on. And so, as I pointed out, invention and innovation have to work together for sustainability of knowledge. Like everything else, knowledge itself requires sustainability. So create knowledge, consume knowledge, create resources, consume resources to create knowledge, and this is a cycle of knowledge. So those societies which are broken in one of these chains will not actually produce the other as well, because these are coupled together, if you would. And anyway, I had promised to get off this, and so I'm going to do that very quickly. I think only one thing remains to be said about the mechanism of innovation. And so how do we introduce that in school education and all that? It's very critical that we catch them young as far as innovation is concerned, because we catch them young for invention. And IQ is not a problem, training is not a problem, it's all world class. I mean, cracking IIT exam is far more difficult than so-called top universities that people talk about and so on. That's not a problem at all. So what the heck is the problem? You see, so one has to think about that as to what the heck is the problem when this is not the problem. So obviously the problem is somewhere else. You see, it is not this at all. So no matter how much you would strengthen that, strengthening something is always good. But even if we were to strengthen that which is not related to what we are talking about, it will do very little. So as I said, what are the mechanisms of innovation? So these are business as usual, by hook or by crook, and disruptive. So these in Hindi are called jugaad. It was already talked about, jugaad. Jugaad is to solve problem by hook or by crook, because I can't wait another day to die. I must do it today. Wait another day to live. So I must solve that problem today, but it may not be an optimal solution. It is not a scalable solution, and it's not a universally acceptable solution. So remembering that much of our innovation and creativity in Indian society was directed toward jugaad. Of course, we need to get off that particular platform while not denying the limited importance of jugaad in certain context and certain situations, especially in ministries, firefighting. Our case sitting there, they say, hey, let's do it by jugaad, hey, don't have time to do all this, Okay, fine. The other thing is about business as usual, which is called dhanda, business as usual. Okay, this is how societies have been surviving by 5% growth year by year, 2%, what have you, which is perfectly good. We don't want a revolution. We don't want a bloody revolution anyways. So in any case, 80% of society works on dhanda. And every friend I see on the road, I say, kya dhanda chal raha hai? Doctor saab, dhanda acha hai. This man is happy, contented in life, going around, very good. The third aspect, which is a disruptive change, which is panga, and we need to introduce more of that. But you can clearly see people who are in education business. You clearly see how it is at loggerheads, how it is in conflict with how we train people in education. How difficult would it actually be to introduce creativity and innovation, and especially the disruptive kind of innovation in our thinking. So that requires a lot of work to be done in that direction. And so the creativity, that's really the final thing. How do you define creativity? So when we want to inculcate creativity in people, what is it I'm talking about? It's not very clear to educationists. I have talked to many educationists. They say, what is creativity and how do we do it? So creativity in today's world is no longer E equal to MC squared. It's no longer about the singular creativity of Ramanujan. It is about connecting those dots of knowledge which have not been connected before in a useful way. So whether it is coming, one dot is coming from history, other is coming from physics and archaeology and what have you, if we can connect these unconnected dots of knowledge in a meaningful, useful way, that's creativity. And more, unlike the connection is between them, not seen very clearly, connecting that creates a new perspective, it creates a new domain of knowledge, it creates new opportunities. And that's creativity. And how do we do that? We will totally fail with our educational system to do it, because education is from chapter to chapter, it is from course to course, it is from degree to degree, and at the end of it, a job. So there is no synthesis, there is only analysis. I guarantee you that, the common sense by the time we have done PhD goes to zero. Okay, common sense is that sense which connects our different experiences of the world with each other. And so, how do we get to it? And this is, we should not sort out all the problems here, because we need to have a lot more conclaves. And we should think about these problems and get back together and have great discussions on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, it is an absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of India Universities, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, experts sitting here from all corners of the country, and even international experts are here. A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me thank Rupa ji for not only for inviting me here, but for holding this particular conference. Because this conference, they are wanting to have many, many new ideas on creativity, on innovation, on future of education. And we have just heard Dr. Chothaiwala, we have heard Dr. Sharma, Rupa, and everybody, and they have talked extensively about innovation, creativity. What I am going to focus on is what is the future of education, and are our universities and colleges prepared for this future? And when we talk of future of education, and if we think of, say, what will be the job scenario in 2030? What type of jobs will be there in 2030? Will it be the same type of jobs which are being given today, or it will be a little different type of jobs? So 2030 jobs will be on IoT, Internet of Things. They'll be on artificial intelligence. We have just heard about how ChatGPT is writing poems. I have heard that all the students are now using the ChatGPT for writing their assignments. And I just came across a student, and he was saying that I want to be a coder. I want to be doing programming. So I told him, tell me the problem statement and tell me the language in which you want to write the code. So he told me the problem statement. He said, okay, write the code in C++. I just put it in ChatGPT. For this problem, write a code in C++, and within 1 minute, the total code came. So I asked the student, what do you think? The employer will hire you, or they will use ChatGPT for this type of coding? So he said, yes, obviously ChatGPT, unless he is something innovative, unless he is something creative, unless he is able to provide customized solutions to what ChatGPT is not going to provide. We are seeing driverless cars, and now I also hear that there are going to be cars in future, especially for the men, that if you drink and drive, the car will not start itself. Why? Because the car recognizes some type of behavior, whatever you are when you are sober, and when you are drunk, the car detects that there is a change in the behavior, and it doesn't start at all. So this is the future, artificial intelligence. The future is AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality. When you wear those visors and see, you feel, sitting in this room, you feel you are in some mountains or some snow or some, whatever. The entertainment industry is totally changing because of this AR, VR. Now, we are not talking of domestic tourism or maybe international tourism. We are talking of space tourism. You have seen that the there's a fight going on between Elon Musk and Richard Branson that who is faster and who can be taking people for the space tourism. Future is this. Future is cryptocurrency. Future is wearables not only in terms of Apple Watch and all. I also understand that in future, there'll be, say, sort of these earrings I'm wearing. So these earrings will be able to take all the health vital statistics from my body and keep on giving information on continuous basis. So future is wearables. Future is drones. So far, we have seen drones doing now. There are big drone shows and drone photographies there. But in future, the Swiggy boy or the Zomato boy who comes to your house for delivery of food packets, it may be drones instead of those boys. So the future is changing. Future is genomics. When we talk of genomics, now they say that you can even create designer babies. Or if you want to have a particular type of nose or something, so genomics is changing. Future is Amazon Go. There's a store in which you go, pick up whatever you want, come back without paying, because the sensor at the entry gate will detect your card which is in your pocket or in your wallet, and it will automatically deduct whatever you have picked up from there. So future is totally going to be, there are Google lenses coming up. I understand if you put those lenses, whatever you see on the computer screen, you're able to see in the lens without any screen in front of you. So what happens to the copying industry, I don't know. So this type of a future is there, but are our universities preparing the students for this type of a future? Are we changing our curriculum that fast enough so that we can prepare our students for the future? Many times this is happening that whatever is taught in the first year is getting obsolete by the second or third year because the technology is changing so fast. Are we engaging with our teachers or training the teachers, or are the teachers themselves changing so fast to keep pace with the change in the technology? Are we changing the methods of teaching, means the teaching pedagogy, so that the students are not involved in rote learning only, they are involved in really understanding? Are we following the flipped classroom model? Are we trying to have discussions in the class, group discussions, project-based learning? Some universities, Madhuji was telling me yesterday that they are doing project-based learning, but how many universities are doing it? So the universities have to take a cue from them, and they have to change everything. I mean, right from the curriculum, teacher training, use of technology. Use of technology is something which is very, very important. And unless the teachers are trained in using the technology in the best possible manner, not only for their own works, but also for teaching, like how to prepare e-content. I do remember that I was handling SWAYAM when I was in UGC, and the best teachers, they could not teach a camera. They said, camera doesn't respond. When you take a class, students respond. Their body language speaks. Their teacher understands that, yes, that student is understanding or not. Camera doesn't tell you that. So even the best teachers used to fumble in front of the camera. And then how to prepare good e-content. You will see that the students get very, very bored if you have long videos, monotonous video, just like a newsreader, somebody speaking and sitting in front of the camera and speaking. It has to be very, very innovative. There have to be many animations in the video, and it has to be very, very interesting. How to make interesting videos, are we teaching our teachers? No, we are not. Are we making the students to think? Like, I was a vice chancellor of a rural women university in Haryana long back. And I used to visit the classrooms very often, and I used to see mostly the teachers were teaching through the book. I mean, they were just reading from the book, and the students were listening, and there was not even eye contact between the teacher and the student. So I thought, how are you making them think? They're just, whatever the teacher is teaching, they are reproducing, and they are writing in the examinations, and they are getting the marks and the degrees, but they are not basically thinking. I remember that somebody was saying that one Nobel Prize winner, when somebody asked him what was the reason behind his success, he said, only one reason is my mother, because from the school when I used to come back, my mother used to ask me only one question, that how many questions did you ask in the class? That is very important. But are the students asking questions now? So what we did in that university was to make the students think. Something which doesn't involve any money. So what we did was in the notice board, we used to put a question every week. And next week, there was a new question with the answer of the previous question. In between, the students had to answer, and the maximum correct answers would be getting the prize at the end of the year, means 52 questions were there. What were the questions like? Suppose, I mean, here it is very hot. You go to the hill stations, it is very cold. Even when you travel by air, the pilot says outside temperature is -35, -45. Question was, you are going near the sun as you go up. It should be getting hotter. Why is it getting cooler? Think. We used to ask them, you are eating, like in North India, there is a lot of roti, parantha, puri. Every day we keep on eating. Every day all of us are eating. One side is thick, one side is thin. Have we ever thought why? So this was one question. We asked the students, tell us why it is one side is thick, one side is thin. Think, why, have you ever thought of it? We used to ask them, like you're taking bath every day, and you take bath with say soap or soap solutions or whatever you call them, gel or something. And they are all in different colors, very fancy colors, red, blue, yellow, green, very, very fancy colors. What is the color of the lather? White. Where does the color go? Do you ever think? So many of them, like you're sitting in this AC room, and the temperature which we have set up is around 23, 24, or maybe 22. What is the body temperature? 37. So if the body temperature is 37, we should be comfortable at 37. We are not. We feel very, very hot at 37. Why? Hundreds of these type of questions, like one question was framed in such a way that it says, my mother goes out to put the clothes in the line for drying. Clothes dry, but the mothers get wet because of the sweat. So why does the sun doesn't dry the sweat? Rather, it induces sweat. Why does this happen? So like this, hundreds of questions were there. We used to say, okay, do like this, warm air comes. In a second, do like this, cool air comes. How? Same mouth, in 1 second, it is hot air, cool air. I mean, there are answers to all of these. It's not that I'm talking of some magic. Science is there. I mean, very simple answers are there. But do the students ever think? We used to tell them, okay, you are seeing the fish in an aquarium, and water formula is H2O. So if the fish takes away all oxygen from the water, after some time there should be only hydrogen in the tank. How can water be there in the tank forever? So I'm not saying that these are very big questions which need very big experiments, but only thing is that the students should be thinking. Do they think? So that is very, very important, that we should make them think. Unless we make them, unless that curiosity is there in them that yes, they have to think, then only they'll be questioning in the class. I used to tell them, make the life of your teachers difficult. Keep on asking so many questions, and if the teacher is not able to answer it today, maybe they'll answer it tomorrow. But keep on asking questions. So that is very important, to keep that spirit of inquiry. That is the scientific temperament. Keep the spirit of inquiry alive in the students. Why does this happen that as a child, as a young child, at 2 years, 3 years, you ask so many questions, but the number of questions keep on decreasing as you grow up? That is something which we should not let happen. So my request to all who are in this room is that the inquisitiveness, the curiosity that is inherent in a child, the child is born with that. It is we who will kill that curiosity. As a parent, we say, oh, I don't have so time for so many stupid questions of yours, keep quiet. As a teacher, we say, okay, you ask many questions, let me complete the syllabus. So we are the ones who are killing that curiosity. So innovation, curiosity, creativity, that has to be inculcated in the students, and the main person who will be inculcating it is the teachers. So a lot of responsibility lies on the teachers. I still remember a story. Again, I am very fond of stories, not the tower story, another story. It is called a bell story. It says that it is a story of a long time back when Gurukuls were there. So when Gurukul was there and the teacher was talking about the existence of God, so one of the students says, sir, if God is there, I should be able to see the God. So why I'm not able to see the God? The teacher says, okay, do you see this bell hanging in the middle of the room? He says, yes, that proves my point. I'm able to see it. And it is there. That is why I'm able to say it. So I'm not able to see the God. So the teacher says, suppose you were blind. Will you still see the bell? The teacher is intelligent, maybe from the best university. So the student says, sir, I won't be able to see the bell, but I can hear the bell because bell rings and I can hear it, but God I cannot hear. So the teacher says, okay, if you are blind and deaf, will you still know that the bell is there or not? He says, sir, if I am blind as well as deaf, I will not hear or see the bell, but I can touch and tell the bell is there. And God, I cannot even touch and tell that the bell, God is there. He says, okay, if you lose your sense of touch, then will you know whether the bell is there or not? The student says, if I am blind, if I am not able to hear, if I lose my sense of touch, I will not know whether the bell is there or not. So now it is the teacher's turn. He says, but the bell is there. Just because you don't have these three senses doesn't negate the presence of the bell. Similarly, God is there, but you have to develop those senses to see the God. And who will empower the child to develop those senses so through which he can see something which is not visible today, but it is really existing is the teacher. So that is why I am saying the onus lies on the teacher to empower the children in such a manner that they are able to see what is right now not visible to them. So that's something, that is creativity, that is innovativeness, that has to be brought up in the students, then only then only we'll be doing justice to the education system or whatever we are teaching today. So this is very, very important. So I'm not going to some jargon, or I can be talking about so many things, but I'm talking in general that we should be, we should be rather forcing the children to think. We should be arousing that curiosity. We should be satisfying that curiosity, those questions, and then only we can think of having a good education system in which everybody really learns. We keep on asking questions to the students, like one day I asked a teacher, in the university I was taking the interview of a physics teacher, and that physics teacher, I asked him, okay, tell me what is the Newton's law of cooling. So he told me that the difference in the temperature, this is Newton's law of cooling. The definition was told. I said, okay, I'm going to take a bath. I had put 1 bucket of hot water. Suddenly my mother calls me. So I have to come back after, say, 10, 15 minutes. So what should I do? Should I mix the waters, or should I keep hot water and cold water separately? When will I get a better water? Now the teacher who is coming for the interview for the physics teacher, he is not able to give me the answer that whether we should mix or not. Whereas you can very straight away apply the Newton law of cooling, that where the temperature difference will be less, there it will be better. But we are not teaching them in such a manner. I shouldn't sort of say that the teacher was not good. We are not teaching them in such a manner so that they understand. For example, so even if we are teaching English, so we teach them grammar, but then to English teacher we say, okay, the dancing teacher is dancing to teach dancing. Here dancing comes 3 times. What part of speech is each dancing? They're not able to answer. So this is wrong. We should be teaching in such a manner that the application part of it is understood by the students. If the students do not understand the application part, just by mugging them theory, that is not going to work in the real life situation when they face this multidisciplinarity is something which they face in the real life situation. So we have to work in that manner. We have to teach in that manner. The curriculum should be such, the pedagogy should be such, and the assessment and evaluation should be such. Because assessment and evaluation, which is 3-year examination at the end of the semester, is not going to test the real skill or learning of the student. So it's very important that we change all these things, and the beginning is to be done by teachers and in our universities. So our universities are the places where the actual innovation has to take place, where the actual learning has to take place, where the actual transformation has to take place, and which will be the area or the location from where the Amrit Kal, when we talk of India at 2047, when we'll be having a Vishwa Guru. But these universities are the places where this concept as well as the creation of Vishwa Guru will happen. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rupa ji, for giving me the opportunity. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, humbly, can I add one more question to your number of questions? I was caught off guard when somebody asked me, these are all questions which science can answer, but this question was something very unique to an individual personality. I was caught off guard when somebody asked me, what advice would you give to yourself 20 years before? The same personality 20 years before, what advice would you give? And I was not able to answer that simple question. And these questions are things which science can answer. So thank you for adding to the list. I'll surely inculcate that in my soft skill training sessions. Thank you very much. Well, now I'm thoroughly delighted to invite Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director ICAR, National Academy of Agricultural Research Management, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone, and guests on the dais and sitting in front of all of us. Thank you, Dr. Rupa, for bringing all of us to discuss about innovations and creative thinking. And of course, education is very, very important for any innovations, and world is moving over some scale of innovations. And if I see that, for example, some of the Ashutosh ji was also telling that startup culture has come, and vaccine, for example, in Hyderabad, if you take Covaxin, how in 17 months they have really invented, and with a lot of innovations, how it has been tested, it's a great. Coming back that agriculture sciences and the best innovation universities also is dealing with agriculture. And we all know that and after this inaugural program, everybody is having very important, very tasty food. So there are many, agriculture science has created so much. In fact, today, India is just in 70 years, we have reached the self-sustainability, in fact. And we have now 330 million tons of food grains, 330 million tons of fruits, vegetables, 215 million liters of milk in India, 108 billions of eggs, and 18 million tons of fish in India. But problem is that 1/3 food is being wasted. 1/3 food is being wasted in India, abroad also. When we are wasting 1/3 food, around 20 crores Indians are not having second meal. 22% of Indian farmers are below poverty line. And our agri-processing and value addition is very, very limited. So that's what I think INSA president said that very, very impressively, that how value addition processing need to be there. There are many challenges, in fact. Where is food is being wasted, we know. Out of 1/3 food is being wasted. We all waste in the flights, trains, we also do. But 61% of the food is being wasted in household. 61% of the food is being wasted household. So what is required? Perhaps what is required, whether we are marketing when we go to metro, perhaps our grocery we are purchasing more, and when we are cooking, probably we are not planning what is that. But at the same time, when I was telling that 20 crore Indians are not having food, another 25-30 crores are having problem of obesity, how much they are eating. So some innovation may come. I think a lot of thinking is coming. When we are walking, there is a watch, how much speed, how much energy you are spending. Perhaps the future innovation could be which we tell that when we are putting the plate, perhaps some indication comes, you have your per day energy requirement is 2200 calories, you have already crossed 3000. Or we are consuming this much, perhaps your protein and is imbalanced. So thing is that there is a lot of innovation requirements is there, and education is a key issue. Today's education will contribute to tomorrow's science. Tomorrow's science will contribute day after tomorrow technology, and day after tomorrow technology will contribute to implementation science and society needs after 4 days, 1 week, 1 month. So they are the inbuilt, so education need to be really thinking out of box and creative. And of course, one of the important challenge when we talk about Indian agriculture, and we know that Indian agriculture facing very, very important challenge how to sustain. In 2014, we have this particular city, Hyderabad, faced Hudhud cyclone. Hudhud cyclone. And we lost the property value of 90,000 crores in just within 4 hours, 5 hours. But when technology innovation has come, package of the weather information and other innovations were packaged and implemented, no life loss, no animal loss, and a lot of things are there. In fact, the city was restored in couple of days. So another important innovation should come. Perhaps a global world is facing water crisis. Water crisis. India, in fact, India is 54% of India is under severe water crisis. So how much water we are consuming, how much water we are pouring, how much we are putting water in gardening. You know the recently Chennai water crisis. Earlier, when there is a food crisis, people used to migrate. Now water crisis is leaving migration points. So very, very important innovations to be required. And always some form of innovations have come earlier that whenever in apartment is there, water meters are there. How much you are using. Some sensitivity is there. And this kind of innovations, small or big, is critically required for the societal sustainability and sustainable development goals. Agriculture, we are very proud that more than 10 sustainable development goals are directly or indirectly related to not only hunger, poverty, climate action, and many, many other related to agriculture. But one of the important, Dr. Ashutosh Ji has presented climate change. Climate change is very, very important not only for agriculture, including tourism, including education, including hotel industry. Very, very important that everybody has to contribute, need to contribute immensely. I take one example and close my this thing. Earlier, we were not having our 50 years, 60 years back, our houses were not having air conditions. Now, we started using one air condition, then every room is air conditioned. Now, earlier we were having another form of transportation. Of course, these are all essential requirement of development. Earlier, we were having one single car. Now, everybody is, roads are almost the same. Roads are same. World is, planet is same. And world, country's land area is same. So, point is that one of the important innovation is how to share the transportation. How to share the transportation and how to go group movement. For example, in a colony, if myself and Dr. Som, we are the colleagues and traveling 20 kilometers, a small innovative thinking, creative. Dr. Som, why to waste 2 cars? One day I will come, one day you come to me. These small thinkings really makes a lot of difference. India is a host of lot innovation. We are very proud. I think both the guests, Dr. Sharma and Vivek ji, in fact, one of the greatest contribution of government of India is to introduce neem-coated urea. Because when Dr. Sharma was talking about climate change, you know that most dangerous nitrous oxide is coming from urea, nitrogen fertilizer, which is critically important for agriculture. But when we have made coated urea, it is a slow releasing. In fact, nitrous oxide is 300 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide, which is emitted from our vehicles and all these things. So, problem in India is that we have 6 lakh villages, 14 crore farmers, 16 crore households. If each farmer is made to have 1 kilo less urea, 1 kilo less urea, how much we can see contribute in nitrous emissions, and see that how planet is sustainable and planet temperature will not be increased so much rapidly, so that society and planet population is comfortably sitting, and we will hand over the planet safely to the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It is now time to propose the vote of thanks, for which I would like to invite on stage Dr. Nagajyoti, Director R&D, Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology, Innovation University.
Good afternoon. I feel honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of International Innovation and Creativity Conclave, organized by World Forum for Education and Best Innovation University. I heartfully thank Sri Subhash Sarkarji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, for his kind wishes and support. We also thank him for sharing a wonderful audio-visual message to us. I heartfully thank Sri Bocha Satyanarayana Garu, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India, for his kind wishes and support. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Vijay Chautewale, in charge Foreign Affairs BJP, for the honorable presence on the keynote address. I am glad to invite our chairman, Sri Bharatlal Meenaji, to felicitate Dr. Vijay Chautewale with the memento and shawl. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Ashutosh Sharma for accepting our invitation and presenting the guest of honor address. I kindly invite our Chancellor Madam, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan Madam, to present the memento and shawl to Professor Ashutosh Ji. I am very much thankful to Dr. Srinivas Rao Garu, Director, NAM Hyderabad, for his gracious presence. I request our Chairman Sir and Chancellor to felicitate Dr. Srinivas Garu. Thank you, sir and madam. I sincerely thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal, madam, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, for gracing the occasion by the valuable presence. I would like to convey, thank you, madam. Kindly be seated. I would like to convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Chairman, Sri Bharatlal Meenaji Garu, and our dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan Madam. Words are not enough to express my gratitude for their constant support and guidance which has made this conference to happen and being successful. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of supportive management, dedicated teaching fraternity and non-academic team members, and thanks to all the members for their sincere contribution in conducting this conference. I am very much thankful to Ministry of Education, Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Indian National Science Academy, Association of Indian Universities, National Innovation Foundation for their association and support. I extend my sincere thanks to SRR Projects Private Limited, Truvik Systems Private Limited, Vishwa Samanyu Projects for their association. My special thanks to all the speakers and delegates who have come from various countries in making this conference a success. Thank you, one and all. I appreciate and thank Ms. Balina Tejashri for presenting a wonderful and divine invocation dance. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to one and all here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request everybody to rise in honor of our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries on the dais. That officially concludes the inauguration ceremony. May I request the volunteers to kindly usher them onto the seats in front of the stage. We have just one more official thing to be done. The success of an event like this has its outcome in a number of collaborations and MOUs being signed. Here are our first few. May I invite Rupa ma'am onto the stage to extend the... May I now invite Dr. Marlene Cordoso, President of Summer State University, to extend the MOU with Best University. Welcome, ma'am.
It's a pyramid on a square base, and we are looking at a triangular pyramid shape and resting on a square, basically signifying source of unlimited knowledge. Right? The base shows it as an enlarged appetite for acquisition of knowledge, and the tip of a pen, that is the tip that we are talking about, helps us towards unlimited opportunities. The three corners, I'm sorry, the chairs are right in between. The three corners are actually three pillars of our philosophy, where we try to represent the knowledge base as to know, to value, and to act. Out of this action comes more knowledge, and the cycle continues. And this is where we are located. We are in Andhra Pradesh, Satya Sai district, Gorantla Mandal, and it's called Gauri Varapalli village. And it's a typical rural setting. Okay, the nearest cities are close to about 60-65 kilometers on one side, 110 kilometers on the other side. Bangalore on one side and Anantapur on the other side, which gives us a perfect vantage for serving the rural community, experiment with our social causes, we are predominantly agriculture today, and we can do a lot of experimentations within the community settings. I'll come to the details here. What's our vision? See, any organization would definitely have its vision and followed by a mission. Our vision is to ensure that we become a social conglomerate. Social impact is the key word here. We want to be there and we want to be world class at that point. And we want to ensure that learning is accessible and affordable, and where we groom innovators and their ideas are also incubated. And towards this, we are actually working on a mission mode, I would say, and we have got a couple of missions around this. On the right side, you see Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari, Sri Hegde ji. And our mission is to set up a model university. While our mission is to be working in the space of social impact and create that kind of an impact in the community that we are around and at the state level perhaps. And we are looking at making this university pride of Andhra Pradesh and of that of the country. And we want to provide the highest quality academics that's possible. And we create a very good, conducive environment for work in research and innovations. We are looking at our students competing on the world stage, acquiring the great, the skills that are required for them, and earn their dream jobs as well. So as I move on, I'll show you what actually we are looking at in 2023 towards this. As we stand here today at i2C2, we are looking at innovation and collaboration. That's one of our core values. We are looking at being global at diverse. We are also looking at integrity and respect as our core values, and we are inculcating the same in our students as well. Quality and passion, I think we have a very deep, ingrainment of quality consciousness that's being looked at, and we are taking all-out efforts to ensure this, and the passion of our faculty is driving us towards there. And growing very rapidly, very passionate about being connected to the rural community around. And one of the areas that we are looking at is community radio, help us disseminate. So you can see our students practicing, literally. Floriculture, again, our students are practicing all of this, the latest modern methods. Apiary, they are practicing. Mushroom, which has got great commercial value, they are practicing. In fact, mushrooms have made a few people millionaires in this country. Plantations, I think this is again commercial crops. We help them practice this. We have another major thing called RAWE, Rural Agricultural Work Experience, where our students work with local community farmers, as I suggested. This gives them immense exposure. So basically, we are looking at experiential learning, what we call it. There have been a few events. I mean, is it all learning? No, there's a lot of play for our students as well. Lots of events that take place in our campuses. We had a great convocation last year. We do conduct lots of conferences at the premises as well as in multiple other premises also. We support conferences. We work with other agencies towards this. Workshops. And very recently we had a great FDP, celebrations. So if you see this, it's all very colorful. We have a very bright and colorful campus, and accordingly, the students are also very active. Thank you so much. I think this is what I had to share with all of you, and I would wish, if you get an opportunity to visit us, it would be great. We would be welcoming you in our campus. Thank you. We have hostels right in the campus, and hostels about, in a nearby place also, and they travel from there. We have college buses ferrying them.
May I now request Dr. Bilgi to present a small token of appreciation to the lovely lady who performed for us in the morning. May I request the audience to keep their applause going for the lady. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Batina Tejasri. Thank you, sir. I would like to inform all our most venerated guests that lunch is served outside, after which our first panel discussion about creative internationalization, nurturing unique collaboration in education would start sharp at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, HOD Technology Innovation Support Center, TISC, and IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, National Research Development Corporation Ministry, S&T, Visakhapatnam. Dr. Mazura, Deputy Director, Institute of Bioproduct Development, UTM Head, Advanced Material and Separation Technologies Research Group, LTM Malaysia. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Dilip Giri, Nucleus University School of Medicine and Dentistry, Canada. May I now request the moderator to kindly take over, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. A very warm welcome to all of you after the lunch session. This is a topic which is also, a little new to me. So I took it as a challenge and I said, let me do some homework, go deeper before I come to moderate this discussion. But what a diverse panel you see we have here. And I'm very excited because we have government representation, policymakers, private institution, global universities, very, very eclectic and diverse panel, and looking forward to a very enriching session. So the topic is creative internationalization. And the entrepreneur in me said, okay, if I have to understand this topic for the first time, how do I go deeper? And I said, okay, why do we really need internationalization, first of all? Why it has to be creative? And what are the things that we can do as a part of internationalization? And then how do we do it? And that I started reading, and thanks to ChatGPT these days, you get insights very fast. And I got some very interesting, thought processes in terms of how internationalization is happening. So today, I think we have some of our panel members who have got a presentation, some have got talks, and we will also see if we have some time. I'd like to have specific questions, asked to a particular members here. But what I would really like, if you can highlight specifically any one example of how an effective internationalization has happened in the past with very specific outcomes. Because usually when it comes to internationalization, we all know that the only thing that we get to hear is MOUs, right? Everybody shares pictures of MOUs that get published in PR. But what happens after that is something that most of us never get to know. So what would be very important if you can bring out some examples and specific outcomes that have been achieved from an international partner, like that's number one. Number two, beyond the area, see there are some very regular areas of international collaborations which can be on student exchange, faculty exchange, research collaborations. It can also be on study abroad programs that the students can have. But beyond that, are there any other areas that you have been successfully at internationalization? And if you could highlight some of those areas as well. And the third is the mode. Normally we know when we go for an international partnership that we go with a MOU approach, that we lay out the scope, that these are the areas we are ready to cooperate with each other. But also, can you highlight if there are any other ways you've been able to successfully do internationalization? Because I know some examples of institutions where they have been able to file for joint research together and be able to get grants, and if there are any such examples as well. So with that, I'll take a pause and invite our first speaker, Professor Sharma ji, to share his thoughts on creative internationalization.
Thank you so much. In fact, as Mr. Hemant has already said, even I also heard this word creative internationalization for the first time before coming to this event. So the word, so it has caught my attention, and as we have already heard the definition of creativity from Professor Asutosh Sharma ji. So creativity is basically connecting dots, as he mentioned. So I, being as a representative of Government of India, would like to explain how Government of India is taking initiatives and putting efforts in creative or connecting these dots for effective internationalization of research and education in India. Basically, the research and higher education are complementary to each other, and both aims to create new knowledge. The creation of new knowledge can't be confined to remaining within four walls of our laboratory or classrooms. So research and innovation have no boundaries, and in fact, in a sense, are truly international. So internationalization facilitates the sharing of knowledge, research facilities, resources, and foster collaboration. International cooperation leverages alliances which can add value to national programs and missions, promote global competitiveness through collaborations, connect research with global efforts in frontier areas in addressing global challenges, participation and access to mega science projects and advanced facilities, promote ecosystem of innovation and techno-entrepreneurship, enable technology development through applied and industrial R&D, connect innovation model to gain access to markets in other countries, a demonstration of S&T capabilities abroad, and creation of world-class facilities, also creation of centers of excellence, promote geopolitical relationship through soft powers of S&T as a foreign imperative. So in this present competitive world, we need to institute creative and innovative mechanisms for internationalization of our education and research system. Taking a step in this direction to foster internationalization of Indian research and higher education, the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, have instituted intergovernmental arrangements with over 80 countries and partnering with EU, ASEAN, and is member of SAARC, BIMSTEC, Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, STEPAN, BRICS, IBSA, SCO, that is Shanghai Cooperation Organization, then IPI, Indian Pacific Initiative, at regional and multilateral levels. DST is also engaging with international bodies or platforms like NAM S&T Center, TWAS, Third World of Academy of Sciences, ICTP, UNESCO, UNCSTD, Carnegie Group of Meeting, GSO, GRI, STS Forum, and creation of shared use of advanced facilities, namely India is participating in CERN Geneva experiments at CERN Geneva. And if I can just give you the example, like the famous experiment on this God particle, identification of the God particle. So two of the experiments, sub-experiments of that main experiment were led by the Indian scientists. So this is basically the example of how internationalization can help in creating this new knowledge. Then we are also participating in creation and share use of advanced facilities, Electra, which is in Italy, Springgate in Japan, Keiki Accelerator in Japan, and we are also engaged in creation of the facility for anti-ion and proton research, FAIR facility in Germany, in which we are investing as a good sum of amount in cash for Indian scientists to perform experiments at that facility. Then Fermi Lab in US, synchrotron light source in Brazil and Singapore, then synchrotron radiation source beam line in Russia, are basically to support and facilitate mobility of researchers, scientists, and students. Pardon? Okay. So some of the tools of our international cooperation are contact building through joint workshop, seminar frontiers, symposia, exhibitions, visitations, fellowships, and student internships, exploratory visits and lectures by eminent scientists and Nobel laureates, fielding young researchers, scholars to international meets with peers, provide support for joint R&D projects in which students, master students and PhD students are mandatory to be as one of the project partner in all our international collaborative projects. Then project-based mobility exchange programs, training and advanced schools, access to advanced facilities, and participation in mega science consortium projects, facilitate and promote R&D clusters, virtual R&D network centers, multiple institutional R&D projects, and promote pre-commercial R&D and innovation, academia, industry, applied and industrial R&D projects, innovation and entrepreneurships, innovation platforms, facilitate technology development, technology transfer, and joint venture, and annual technology summits and fairs with our partner countries. Some of the notable international cooperation programs of DST for Indian students. We have launched a Raman Charpak Fellowship for Indian PhD students to spend up to 6 months in French laboratories for pursuing their PhDs. Then we also have India-South Korea research internships in which Indian PhD students to spend 1 year in South Korean laboratories while pursuing their PhDs. Then we have DST GSPS fellowship with Japan for spending 6 months by Indian student in Japanese laboratories. Then we also have India-Australia fellowship, India-UK internships for inspired PhD students annually undertake internships under Newton Bhabha program. Then we have BRICS Young Scientist Conclave. We organize it annually in which around 25 Indian students, master's, PhD, and postdoc level, up to the age of 40 years, they gather together and then exchange their research work and build up their collaborations. Then we organize Frontiers of Science, Frontiers of Engineering with the USA and Germany. Then we annually organize Lindau Nobel Laureates meeting in which 25 young Indian researchers participate and interact with Nobel laureates and their fellow peers. Then we have a HOPE meeting. Up to 10 Indian students, they participate in HOPE meeting in Japan. and we annually organize Asian Science Camp. So up to 25 undergraduate students every year participate in this camp, organized at in different countries. Similarly, we also have many incoming fellowships for foreign students for coming to India. And in that is notably is the ASEAN India Research and Training Fellowships, in which we annually invite 25 PhD students or master students and postdocs from all these ASEAN countries. And I think my colleague from UTM Malaysia, presently also the maximum beneficiaries of this program is from UTM Malaysia also. I mean, annually we are granting this fellowship. So we have many fellowship and internships program. And in terms of this as a part of India G20 presidency, we as DST is administrating Science 20 Engagement Group and Research Innovation Initiative Gathering, which we call RIG Working Group, and hosting a total of 11 meetings across India, including some of the remote and less connected venues like Lakshadweep, Diu, Agartala, Dharamshala, Dibrugarh, and Pondicherry. The main theme of Science 20 during India's G20 presidency is disruptive science for innovative and sustainable development, with 3 priority areas as clean energy for a greener future, universal holistic health, cure and prevention of disease, and connecting science to society and culture. The main theme of Research and Innovation Working Group is research and innovation for equitable society, with 4 priority areas as materials for sustainable energy, circular bioeconomy, eco-innovations for energy transition, and sustainable blue economy. Out of these 11 meetings, which DST is coordinating, 8 meetings have already been concluded, and remaining 3 meetings are scheduled in Bhopal in June, and Mumbai and Coimbatore in July 2023. So G20 meetings is also one of the mechanism of creating this creative internationalization of not only science, but connecting this cultural heritage, showcasing India's education, and also projecting our diplomacy during these meetings. So this was as a general snapshot of India's DST's or Government of India's efforts of internationalization of research and education. The complete details I'm not able to give you because of constraints in time. So complete details are available on our DST website for how we are promoting students and researchers and mobility in terms of, and we have a lot of, every given point of time, you might be seeing at least 3 or 4 open calls for inviting these applications for fellowship, internships, or collaborative R&D projects. So that's all from my side in terms of this one.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. And absolutely, there is so much, that the government is doing in terms of fellowships. And I have some questions which I'm going to come back to you. But next question to you, Dr. Mantri, in terms of, there's so many partnerships, and congratulations on the recent partnership with the University of, I think, Wesleyan University that you partnered, I think just yesterday? Yeah, great. So the memories would be like too young now, fresh, right? So first, tell me, how do you really, first of all, even measure that what's happening after this, right? That's number one. And second, one of the most important piece I feel about internationalization is the cross-cultural competence we can build among our students. And I can very much recall 2010 when I was the first time I was visiting as a student a university abroad, and I was shocked because there was a huge cultural shock because I came from a place where I'd seen nothing but our local culture. And how are you investing in that? How are you building more cross-cultural competence in your students? And third, have you been able to do anything specifically on international recruitment? Have you been able to attract faculty members from outside to come and actually teach at Chitkara University?
Okay. Thank you, Hemanji, for those questions. But to answer all those questions, you need to be with me for next 1 minute. And that originates from the topic of this panel, which is panel discussion on creative internationalization, nurturing unique collaborations in education. And 3 words intrigued me here, as it also did to Dr. Sharma. creative, nurturing, and unique. And that makes this topic a little different. And that forced me to think, to contemplate, and also set me down the memory lane. Think, because I thought, I questioned myself, is internationalization still only sending people from here abroad and inviting people from abroad to our country? Is that still the same? What is the context? Is it also only sharing of ideas, or maybe more of intellectual capital that we have across the borders? What is internationalization? Let me think it again. Contemplate, because what is the context today? And today morning, if you heard the speakers, everybody was talking about the context. And so it's very important to put internationalization also in the context of today, not only today, but also future, because future is already here. We cannot wait to be living it one day more to be in future. It's already here. And set me down the memory lane because in 2009, when first batch of 3 students from our then engineering college, we are now a university, but we started as an engineering college. And that time internationalization was something which was not heard of. And we still managed to get collaboration with one of the universities abroad, and 3 of the students came there went there on a exchange program, and they came back, and they were sharing their story with their counterparts back here in the class. And I was noticing the students sitting in the class. And so they shared their story, they went, and one of the girl student came up to me, and sort of she had gloom in her eyes. It was not spark, but a gloom. And she was saying, ma'am, I do not have that much of money with me, and probably my parents will never be able to have that kind of money, and probably I will never be able to have that international exposure that my classmates had. And that, again, put me on a thinking path, and I said, what is the access of internationalization to my students? That time we had about 2,000 students, and today we have 16,000 students on the campus, but that was a burning question. Would internationalization be only accessed and be available as an opportunity to only the gifted ones? What should we do? And that is the time we sort of deliberated it at the apex body of governing body, and we thought, what can we do about it? Access to education is something, but also access to internationalization is a burning question. So we thought, if we cannot make each of our students trot the globe, let's bring globe to our university. And that is the time that we started Global Week. And Global Week, so we sort of, internationalization continued, we signed MOUs, we collaborated with many of the universities. Today we have about 225 global collaborations with us. And as you said, the 226th was signed yesterday. So, so we thought, what should we do? So we thought, let's ask the collaborating professors to come to our university, first on a cultural exchange program, then on an academic exchange program. So sort of Global Week also evolved. So what happened during the years, I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but connected to that girl asking that question of access. And today, we have, last Global Week, over these 12 years, we have had so many professors coming. In the last Global Week, saw 86 professors landing down to our campus from 37 countries, 6 continents. And they were teaching credit courses to the students. And imagine those 3 students versus 16,000 students on campus having access to internationalization. At least they can feel internationalization, not to the, I will not say to that true sense, but they were being taught by international faculty. So that is why I said set down the memory lane. Now, looking at what is the context of today, and as I said, is internationalization only going abroad and asking professors to come in. So we thought, no, we need to assign and do every activity in an outcome-based manner. So we defined outcomes, and that comes to answering your question, how do we measure internationalization? So we started a lot of initiatives. Global Week is one of them. Then we also started a research collaboration initiative that we call as RCI. We also started academic mentorship programs. And we also started dual and joint degree programs. That we could do only after UGC sort of made it possible for us. But then these 4 initiatives that we started, we defined the outcomes first. So for example, for a global week, if it is about giving credit courses to the students, how many of our students get taught first, then also the outcomes that were defined, the learning outcomes that were defined for those credit courses, are they getting achieved? Similarly, so these are just some examples. And then for joint PhD programs, now we have joint PhD programs with a couple of universities abroad. And how many students are getting enrolled, how many of them are getting dual degrees, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the outcome-driven initiatives that we have taken. The research collaboration initiative is essentially for joint authorship of papers. So publications. So just to give you some idea, out of the 5,000 Scopus Index papers that we have on today, the research collaboration initiative started just about 2 years back. Now we have more than 200 co-authored papers from our collaborating universities. So these are the kinds of outcomes and metrics that we have created, and it's very important. What was your second question you said? It was about the measurement, and the second one was?
The second question was on the cross-cultural competence.
Of course. We cross-cultural competency, for that, internationalization, for us, it's very important that we take pride in our Indianness. So unless we take pride, unless we are proud of being an Indian, it's not possible to have this cross-cultural immersion. Because the people who are coming here, we need to immerse them. And similarly, the people who are going out, whether it's students or faculty, they need to be culturally competent. So Indianness is at the core of cultural competencies that we build. But we always say internationalization is a must, but not at the cost of Indianness. We should not forget, we should be very proud that we are Indian, and then only cultural competencies can be built.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So next question to you, Dr. Raman, right? One of the most important things that comes up all the time in internationalization is research opportunities, right? Collaborations. So if you could specifically, because there's a lot of research that happens at your, if you can specifically share some, examples with all of us, how you have been successful at, international collaborations, specifically on research.
Thank you, sir. This is a very important day, actually, because G20 take a lead under the chairmanship of our Ashutosh, giving an opportunity for uncommon opportunity. The science, so basically in India, now globally everybody looking for India. I'm working Swaminathan Foundation, so many research program, so what you call lab to land to lab, land to land. This is research basically working with a small farmer, what the technology transfer, that's the first one. Our science and technology giving a lot of opportunity, including at departments of science and technology, and also Department of Biotechnology, so many departments. We are working directly the farmer, and international institution like so many international institutions come to India now because we are rich, very research-based hub, an education-bed hub. Because this particular panel also very interesting because the uniqueness of collaboration. Those days we are going to looking for other countries, why not to collaborate with us? Now the other countries come forward to, why not India, some institution come forward to collaboration. Have an experience of last 34 years, Swaminathan Foundation, all over the world, almost more than 30, 35 countries are come forward work with us. Because basically, morning also I heard, listen our Ashutosh discussion, also now Sharma ji speech. Our research paper publication is very poor. Still we are rich, different manner, but the students doing a PhD, the executive summary, and whatever the PhD curriculum doing, but the paper not come as much standard. How many paper, pure review paper come forward so far? That best for our collaboration. That's needed for more attention in the science and technology for focus, not only for science and technology, agriculture, engineering, whatever. I want to request our former Secretary of Assoji, INSA maybe take forward main course, some workshop, regional level, take some of the institutions, strengthen for our research paper methodology, the need. That's why so many people now come forward. Now I have experience, recently the Canada, some almost more 10 university students come forward in India doing some research work and basic research. In the agriculture sector, whatever may be. You come in looking for partnership with us. Also postdoctorate program also, our people went to abroad. Now the people come want to India. That is the basic is giving an Indian source. Particularly the resources are very useful for us. India rich, biodiversity hotspot, agriculture, biodiversity uniqueness. Now international year of millet, so many opportunities are there. But where the source, only our source is very poor. And the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, giving a lot of support. UNESCO, just morning also I discussed, UNESCO giving education for all, thematically. But what is the strategic action plan we have? We want to promote as the young student come for scientific temper. Maybe we are already given a satellite, so many disciplines, we are rich, but not reaching the common man, how to using the science and technology. That way, we are promoting every child as scientist, school level itself. We want to take it that kind of program, maybe university, student come forward, reaching the very rich, the diversification of research activities. In collaboration, we have a lot, in the particularly MS Swaminathan Foundation, the huge, some of the institution, scientific summit going to happen frequently. That only maybe is a very useful international attention come forward to working with us. Institution make, because so many institutions are there, but uniqueness is how the young people are going to participate. That's one of the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aman. So, Dr. Sahu, if you could specifically, I know you have a presentation, if you can also highlight on the policy support for internationalization.
Good afternoon all. It's a great opportunity for me to speak on the theme innovation and also internationalization of innovation and also reaching out to unreach. The topic is quite relevant in the changing paradigm of ecosystem of innovation. But one thing for an institution, for a university, we must understand knowledge must be acknowledged. And knowledge must be managed, and knowledge must be translated into action and product. That my organization we do as a national organization in the country, taking technology from lab to the land, mind to the market, technology at bedside to the bedside. So, forward, excuse me. Slide, which one? Not going, not going. So, I'll just like to show you how university transfer the technology and mitigating the challenge. And at this challenging time also, during pandemic, how we translate many technology in tracing, testing, and treating of the COVID-19. So this picture itself shows the changes, momentum of innovation, how we can bring academia industry together. We have to be local for vocal, and we have to be connect the dot, translating, validating, protecting the technology that has been created in the academia. So we have to bring Lakshmi and Saraswati together. Saraswati, the idea, how we take that idea, incubate that idea, validate that idea, translate that idea into a process and product, that is innovation, I believe. and that we do in practice, practically, in the knowledge-intensive ecosystem. As I mentioned, knowledge must be acknowledged. Many of the university professor, vice chancellor caught in plagiarism, intellectual property violation. They not only lost their job, they also got criminal cases. So IPR is the biggest challenge for a nation today. And last week, the US Department of Commerce came out with a report called Special 301 Provision Before India, called Priority Watch List. So this is one of the bottleneck for a country like India, and also how we can create the ecosystem of innovation, bridging the gap in creating a R&D platform so that our faculty, researchers, scientists can get some kind of funding in contract research, collaborating research, grant-in-aid research, sponsored research. That is nothing but internationalization. My previous speaker already touched upon that part. That will connect, that will collaborate, and that will mitigate, and that will also give recognition of the institution globally. In fact, this year because I look after WIPO Innovation Center in India, and our mandate, WIPO, in fact, India has many WIPO center. So this year we have a theme of World IP Day, Women and IP Accelerating Innovation and Creativity. How many of you recognize the lady, those who are just right to me in real? Can anyone tell me who are these three ladies, respected lady? But you can, acknowledge these ladies. But that real ladies, those who are making the difference to the nation in technological innovation, that need to be acknowledged, and that need to create a momentum for that part. And innovation is a long-term health of economy, and university plays a very important role. How to sustain, how to collaborate, how to co-create. And in that part, I would just like to just show you, when you will cross IIT Madras to IIT Madras Research Park, you will see there is a place called Academia Industry Bridge. How we are bridging that. And that is one of the technology recently we transfer, and this is a green technology called saline water lantern, developed by one of the women scientists, and we have transferred this technology to 4 startups in India. And the government of India has called it a Roshni, Renewable Ocean System for Harnessing Novel Illumination. This is available for transfer to commercialize to many MSME and industry in the country, because there will be a great demand of this technology tomorrow. So this is nothing but vocal for local and connecting the dot in transferring technology, and also giving empowerment to a woman who have created the invention at lab, taking into a land. So many of the startup here, because I sit at Visakhapatnam, just my office is 5 minutes from here. This center got national award from Government of India as the best technology innovation center in 2020. Some of the startup, those who are not making us proud, nation proud, and also taking the technology to global end. We have to leverage them, we have to protect them, we have to connect them, we have to because as an institution, as a national organization, it is our primary objective. And for an innovation, we must have to mitigate the challenge. The future is foggy. Lot of intellectual property violation is going on. Every second day you are reading in newspaper, this startup, that MSME, this industry, and also in university plagiarism. So navigating the new business, the future is foggy, and we have to get a freedom to operate. And India needs more invention and innovation. And I'm grateful that Honorable Ashutosh Sharma sir, today I met him after I think 4 or 5 years. I was in Delhi occasionally because he was our secretary at that time, but today I got ample time to meet them and meet you, all of you, because I sit here. Day before yesterday, we organized International Technology Transfer Symposium. On that day at a Habitat Center, we transfer 4 technology. And one technology also we have transferred related to the millet mission. So this is something we have to create, and we have to be out of box. So Sonam Wangchuk, who the founder of Himalayan Institute of Alternative University, whether you have seen or not, I will request you and urge you, please go and see the innovation ecosystem, how he is developing in that. And also, as I will not touch upon, this is the innovation journey. Everyone are trying their best to create the momentum of innovation at Global Innovation Index. But India, as an Indian ecosystem, we are excellent in research, maybe but we are not managing research and development because intellectual property right is the biggest challenge for research funding, collaboration, and also private sector funding in research and development. In India, more than 78% funding come from public sector, and less than, I think, 19% are coming from private sector for research and development. The issues of one of the biggest challenges today, innovation come from various geographical locations. How to acknowledge the biggest challenge of piracy, biggest channel of infringement is because this is the platform today Government of India has created, Digital India, Make in India, Startup India, Stand Up India, Self-Reliance India, in that the freedom to operate is most important, and freedom to operate is nothing but we have seen during pandemic how we can support each other, handhold each other in getting all kind of technology what has been discussed today. So innovation is always market driven. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. Morning, my wife told I must not take the food because I am in the borderline of diabetic. But challenge is that by seeing all this food, how to mitigate that. So point, I don't want to disclose more thing, but thing is that we have to be out of box in connecting the dot, reaching out to unreached. NRDC has an office in Delhi, but today at Visakhapatnam, we have supported many startups, many MSME, we are reaching to them, supporting them, providing a technology. Today, not only they are doing best, they are creating momentum in the region. And that's the ecosystem today, how we can solve a valid problem of our society and also balance intellectual property, because intellectual property is need of the hour for benefit sharing and sustainability. We talked about Silicon Valley, but we are not talking about our own university. How university can create such kind of incubation center, and the university must not look for government funding. They should also fund as a business mechanism, because that is the mirror to the society. In fact, some of the university leaders, those who are part of our ecosystem, and they are not only making us proud, nation proud, in bringing technology from lab to the land, and that's our credibility. And I would just like to show you how we are doing technology transfer and also supporting to startup, supporting to university, in also community, because many of the goods today, one of the respected professor, dean told me, Rasgola kahan ka hai? मैंने बोला, I am a Odia, certainly I must take Odisha Rasgola, but he told that, yes. So point I wanted to tell is that how we are giving right to the community, how people at last mile will get a right, because intellectual property right is one of the right other than fundamental right we have got. We have to protect it. We have to manage it, because the world is knowledge intensive driven, and we have to protect, manage, bringing academia industry together. Government of India came out with a SPRUHA program, IPR chair professor in university, so that IP curriculum should be there, so that we must respect the IP, leverage the IP, protect the IP, monetize the IP. That is the ecosystem, we are part of it. And also benefit the IP to the faculty researchers who are part of it. And that is our mandate, that is our mission as a national institution. And supporting startup, technology validation, market survey, licensing of technology is most important today, and also technology development and mitigating the challenge of technology from lab scale to the validation stage, and also technology readiness level is most important. Although technology may be readiness, whether market is ready, whether society is ready, whether business is ready, that component we must have to look into it, and also connect the dot, particularly in handholding, supporting, and also creating an opportunity of understanding and also networking, translating technology from various countries. NRDC supported many technology transfer to various African countries, set up a demonstration center, and now we are a few technology transfer we are doing to some of the Asian countries. And also, women towards entrepreneurship is most important, because we have a Kiran program. Honorable Sir Masar is here. This is one of the beautiful program of the India today, got national award as a Nari Shakti award. How we are giving livelihood to a woman, and that to IPR scientists is one of the beautiful scientist program of the Government of India under Ministry of Science and Technology, and how we support to a woman towards entrepreneurship in supporting their innovation. And in fact, that is our role in supporting and taking technology to globally, and we are as a part of WIPO Green. Thank you all of you for giving this opportunity. God bless you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. So Dr. Juso, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So Dr.
actually, we go by the first name.
Oh.
Juso is actually my father's name.
Okay, so let me read the first name then. Mazura, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Mazura, it will be very helpful if you could give us the outside perspective to, like, when you look at India, Indian institutions, what are the thoughts that you have in terms of opportunities that you're looking at in terms of partnership? And second, also from your experience, because like sir was mentioning, there's a lot of collaborations you would have done already. What have been your learnings? And also, in a very candid way, if you can share what can we do better from as Indian institutions in terms of partnering with institutions outside.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. First of all, thank you, Best University, Dr. Rupa, in particular, for having me here with your session or your conclave. Yeah, answering your first question, which is on the collaboration between from an outside university outside of India. Actually, I came here because I would like to increase the visibility, not invisibility, the visibility of my institute, the Institute of Bioproduct Development, which is a center of excellence, which is a research center under the University Technology Malaysia, which is one of the top 5 universities in Malaysia. And actually, my institute or research center is doing very close collaboration and research with the industry as well. We have if you want to see, I don't think we need to see the slides. I just can tell you the information right off. Actually, for my research center, what we focus on is collaboration with the industry in terms of research, number one, where the industry or the companies will award us some funds for us to do research. And we also have experts in our center, scientists from chemical engineering and bioprocessing background who will produce new knowledge, innovations or products that will attract all the industries who are interested in producing products that they like. So in that way, they can pay for product licensing, and then they will have the right to produce their own products. And then we also have collaboration in terms of students exchange with the outside universities. For undergraduates, also as postgraduate students. So for undergraduates, we also have an inbound and outbound mobility, where we have students coming in for 1 semester, and we have also our students going to Japanese university, China university for 1 semester, and they will bring back the grades they get from the foreign universities back into their program. And that's the sort of collaboration we have. And now we are trying to strengthening our herbal manufacturing or herbal research, which we are very focused on now. We have a facility called Herbal Extraction Center, where we can extract any herbs or plants you like for any industry in the world, locally or international. You can send us your product or your plants, or we can actually get the plant for you and process them and turn them into powder, or you want it in essential oil, or you want it in liquid products. So whatever the industry needs us to do, we can produce for you. And for me to come to such an event like this, I can see a lot of important people where we can do collaboration. And if you have any products that you want to develop in herbs and plants, you can always give us a call and contact me through emails, or you will have my name card. Okay, and the second question was about, what is it? I forgot. The second question was?
Yeah, so I have to also recollect now. Okay, so the second question I was also asking was if you can give some examples of any partnerships that you did in India that have actually worked out well.
Okay. In terms of partnership, actually, my university, UTM, is established in 1904, a long time ago. And we are a very established university in the country. And so far, we have made 300 academic and research global partnership. And we also have strategic collaboration with top global universities. And the partnerships are also with the industries around the world, like the industry, and also our main local industry in oil and gas as well. Like for me, myself, I'm doing a collaboration with Petronas in our country to produce succinic acid from pineapple waste, so for sustainability. So we also have some other international collaboration with international companies as well as international universities.
Thank you, Dr. Mazura. So my next question is to you, Dr. Giri. You come from Canada, and as we all know, India, Canada have extremely good, partnerships in terms of universities collaborating with each other. So my question, if you could highlight anything specific from your institution's partnership. And second, also, now that you are in India, what are the kind of opportunities you are looking forward to in terms of collaboration with others?
This internationalization has been very wide spectrum of that avenues, starting from knowledge transfer, faculty development programs, research, you can say collaborations, and student inbound, outbound students. They can come, they can do the internship, they can do their credit transfer. A lot of things are there. So far as Canada is concerned, Canada is a friendly country of India. And we are situated just near to Canada. It's a small island country, Caribbean island country, you can say, Aruba. And the university is quite new. So we have faculty, students, mostly from America, or you can say Canada. And we started our internationalization in such a way so that it should not be only a documentation process. Like you can say there are so many that MOU signed, but how many are actually in reality working? So we thought that we have to find out, before signing the MOU, we have to find out what is the strength of the university or the institute that we are going to sign the MOU, and how can we leverage their strength into actual reality. So in that way, we signed MOU with the example, we signed MOU with Johns Hopkins University for the drug discovery. The Johns Hopkins is a very prominent university, and it is very prominent for the drug discovery and system. So we signed that MOU, and accordingly our faculty and students, they will be there for 6 months, right? The training program, so that whatever faculty we learn from them, so they can come and teach the students accordingly. And we signed the MOU with the European university like Lublin Medical University, so that we can send our students. We get many students, many applications, but our seats are not much. So what we can do is, when we get the students for MBBS programs, we send them to, we have signed the MOU where the students that do preclinical phase in our university, but clinical, we don't have much hospitals in Aruba even. We send them to Lublin. Now, unfortunately, due to that war, that in the Europe is very unstable, so that is a problem. Otherwise, it was going well. So the students were going for 3 years, they would be in our, for the preclinical, and 2 years they will be in the University of Lublin in Poland, right? So similarly, we also leverage the strength of our alumni, right? So that alumni are very important for many things. So they work in different universities or different medical establishment. So when we talk to them that whether you can take some our students for the internship in the hospital. So that is also develop the collaboration between the hospital or the university and our universities. So first of all, our target was not to sign many MOUs, but to sign the MOUs and to understand the strength of the institute and to use the strength, right? So we have only 12 MOUs, I can say you, in that last 3 years, and 12 MOUs all are working. And we are also research publications. We are now almost 300 research publications in very, very good journals, and 6 publication is in Nature and Cancer journals, which are very, very high impact journals. So we are not very keen for the ranking, like you can say QS ranking, Times ranking, other thing. I'm not against the ranking, but first of all, we have to understand that how can we stabilize our system. That is therefore our faculty, we are very, very specific, that you do what is your first job is the teaching, research, and for the students mentoring, supporting them to do better citizen, right? Not to very quick for the ranking of the universities. We are not very keen for the ranking of the universities, though we can. But this is one, so engaging our faculty, engaging our, so these are all the things we do. Nationalization is concerned. It is just, that creative is maybe a word that we have, a word which is itself creative, that. It itself creative. As many as you can grab from it, right? It does not have any boundaries, like one university is doing 5 areas, one can do 10 areas. In which way it can, you leverage, you can use it. It's a strength. It's a very, very big thing.
Citation index of Indian authored journals. On an average, it's about 4 or 5, that index. And the citation index of Indian scientists or professors, their counterpart collaborator. So that citation index rose to more than 12. So this is the exact impact of international collaboration or internationalization in that case. Secondly, like as a India, presently we don't have that kind of international facilities like CERN Geneva or that actually characterization. So through this internationalization, in the international as a top level scientist or as a experimentalist at this facility. And just one example for these students, we have this within a period of 5 days. This Nobel laureates meeting is only for 5 days. So you, as a visible, see the entire transformation of these students. While before when they brief us why they are going, so they are absolutely, and after that, most of them, they get the opportunity to work for their postdocs with mostly more than 60%, they get the opportunity to work go back to their respective Nobel laureates whom they interacted for a postdoc and that kind of.
Yes, if I can say a little bit more on collaboration, I see India as a very big potential for collaboration with us, university in Malaysia, because you, as a country, are focusing very much on processing of herbal and plants and products based on herbal and plants, and we are very serious.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yes.
So because this session was on creative internationalization, so I just remembered one incident from my own experience. We had once gone, there are the bilateral meetings every year or 2 years with this country. And our philosophy of international cooperation has been that we must match our need with their strength. Of course, they have to do the same, isn't it? So in this particular country, it was known to be very good, their strength in cyber security. So we want, to work with the country in cyber security. And in fact, eventually we set up a $40 million fund, DST, not only for cyber security, but with this country. So now we want to, so we are discussing with their chief about cyber security. He said, they were discussing all this stuff in classical language we don't understand. Then they came back and said, we cannot work in cybersecurity, it's not allowed. Then I'm thinking, so I said, how about working in security in cyberspace? Again, they are speaking in classical languages, and after half an hour I say, that's possible. Actually, security in cyberspace is more general than cyber security. But because see, there are certain keywords. No, I mean, countries, they say we cannot work in this. Internationalization, or for that matter, create anything. One should not get stuck. One has to move. Many times people get stuck because of nomenclature that they follow. They become very fanatical about, oh, this it has to be like this only. There must be some flexibility in our dealings, and so often it is possible to do it.
Thank you so much, Ashutosh ji. Thank you everyone for your patient listening. It was a pleasure to moderate this session, and thank you everyone, on the panel to share your experiences and knowledge with us. Thank you. Later. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure the audience is with me when I say that it was indeed a fructifying, gratifying, and an enlightening session. Thank you very much, all the erudite speakers. May I now request Shri Bharatlal Meena ji and Dr. Rupa ma'am to kindly join us on stage to felicitate our prolific speakers. May I request Dr. Sharma also to join us for the felicitation, please. Best IU University. From SFL, if he's here, okay. May I request Mr. Ahmad Khalid from Imarticus Learning to join us on stage to exchange the award. Session 2. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Dr. P. Balakrishna Shetty, MD, Prost Chancellor, Mallareddy University, Hyderabad, and President, Karnataka Radiology. Professor Dr. Sujata Shahi, Vice Chancellor, IILM, Gurugram, Haryana. Dr. Sira Karuna Raju, IAS, Chief Vigilance Officer, Rashtriya Impal Nigam Limited, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, to join us. Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, former Additional Director of Medical Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Manmohan Singh, retired IAS officer, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to all the panel speakers. I think we are running late by almost 40 minutes. We will try to cover. So therefore, I will just take up a few points with reference to the reimagining education. What do future campuses look like? I will just throw some points from my end. Then I will request all the panel speakers to contribute their thoughts. Then at the end, I will summarize the points. That's how we will progress. I think I think we're all by this time how the future campuses looks like, because we are all experiencing our own students. And since from morning we are listening several times, ChatGPT, OpenAI, perhaps Google, several folds, there's a deep into it. That is how ChatGPT was launched in November 2022. By January, it has reached to more than $30 billion business. We can compute, we can do many things, and we can use GPT behind, and we can create a new AML model. So, learning the students has many resources now, huge resources. Then why they will listen, why they will attend our class, why they listen to me in my class? How I am going to excite the students? What is the curiosity I'm creating in the classroom? How I excite my student? This is what I think a challenge to the teachers, because most of the answers are available in the open resources. Huge content is available, and what ChatGPT is doing, it is customizing. What's supposed to do a teacher? So for teacher is customizing the content and delivering to the student. Now the customization of the content is also available. Then how and why they will come to the institution, right? Then what's supposed to do? How to reduce the gap between the students and a teacher? These are the challenges, and this is where a role of a teacher need to be a different, and he has to acquire the knowledge, resources, and in addition to that, the students are learning in the school level itself. Now CBSE introduced in 8th class, 9th class, 10th class itself, introduced data science, artificial intelligence, Python programming. By the time they reach to the higher education, how teachers cope up with these students? Because the technology is not necessarily in engineering. Now it is being used in commerce, it's being used in law, pharmacy, whatnot. How to cope up with that? The second challenge is, one way, there's a huge resources available, but at the same time, there's a large gap. Human resources in terms of faculty members. Very few faculty members knows AI, ML, and all. There's a huge demand for the computer science, IT, AML, AIDS faculty. How about other departments? How to create human resources in this? Of course, the regulatory bodies are more reasonable. One is the government has done in India, especially, introduction of 40% of the credits the students can acquire through massive open online resources like MOOCs. 40% of the credits in a semesters the student can learn. That is one good move because very quality content is available in terms of Coursera, Udemy, or like Swayam platform, NPTEL, whatnot. Then the second move by the government of India is the teachers, whether it is civil engineering or mechanical engineering, if they can learn and acquire certain credits, they can teach at least within their department, they can teach data analytics, they can teach AI/ML and all. This is very important because we cannot wait for the human resources to come, because there's a huge demand. I think every one of us is experiencing across the country, across the world. Most of the admissions are happening in these areas. Because of the wide applications of these fields, in fact, in some of the universities, artificial intelligence, machine learning being offered not from engineering, business analytics, data analytics being offered from the business schools, biotechnology, different domain. So therefore, we need to have good resources. We need to use the existing teachers, provided they have to upgrade themselves. Therefore, the big challenge is how to upgrade, how to do continuous learning, and other huge change happening. I think every one of us are looking at our Instagram, Amitabh Bachchan coming with upgrade, great learning, different. This is another $1 billion business. Continuous learning for working professionals is another big scope for the universities, where upgrade is doing, where great learning is doing. And another one is the collaboration with the foreign university. There is a bill in 2022, the UGC has released it, means minimum 30% of the credits the student can earn either in abroad or in India to get a joint degree or dual degrees. There is a good resource going to happen, because that is how upgrade is doing the business. Because the students want to have post-study visa. That is what important. Students are not going abroad only for learning, but they want to settle down, at least some of them in abroad. How can they settle? Only they can settle if they get a joint degree or dual degree in abroad, provided they earn at least 30% of the credits in abroad. I think these are the few things. And another challenge our future is going to be, we are experiencing, industry races ahead of academia in research and development. 10, 15 years back, academia is ahead of industry, but now industry is much ahead of academia. In 2022 alone, there are 32 prominent machine learning algorithms introduced by the industry, whereas the entire academia in the world could produce only 3 machine learning algorithms, models. This is what happening. Even in terms of publications, certain publications not even published by the Google, they're not even publishing because of their own interest. Otherwise, the publications and the quality of the publications from the industry could be ahead, not necessarily technology, including biotechnology, medical sciences as well. A shortage of teachers, this is what we have to address. How do they learn the mindset of a teacher? Because if I say that I have done PhD 10 years back, there is no relevance. Everyone has to be a continuous learner and lifelong learner, then only, otherwise once upon a time, the academia, the education has a 20 years of face log. Now it is 2 years, 1 year, that is where it is necessary for continuous learning. And recently we also know that the Deakin University is the first foreign university established. It is starting their campus in Gift City, Gujarat. Now the bill is yet to come for the general universities, but within the finance, I think as per the government notification day before yesterday, there is a special provision they made it for the foreign university to enter, and they have made certain regulations in such a way that they will not come within the purview of UGC. So therefore, there is a huge competition with the foreign university in future. And another one is there is a great opportunity to the students to go abroad with 30% of the credits, whatever it is, whether in India or abroad. That is the advantage with the joint degree and the dual degrees is if a student want to go for undergraduate education, it will cost about 1 crore. But with the joint degree or dual degree, if they go abroad with 30% credits, it costs 20 lakhs or so, 1/4 of the education cost. That is what the advertisement of upgrade. You save 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs means. This is going to be, good advantage for the Indians to go abroad using this facility. So it is, in summary, these are my points. One is the future is going to be more of self-learning, at least 40% of the credits. Are we ready? Do we have the learning management systems? Do all our faculty knows how to use effectively and precisely the learning management system? This is what important for us. I think these are the few thoughts I will throw, and I request the panel speakers to share their views. Thank you.
Good afternoon. When you talk about reimagining education and also about the future, how the future campuses are going to look like, I think I would like to start from the point that India is at the crossroads at this point of time. India is really at the crossroads from all kinds of, if you look at various points of view, you feel that India has to decide where it should go from this point. And India is investing heavily in growth, especially in infrastructure. Our annual budget for 2023 for infrastructure alone is 10 lakh crores of rupees. So there is a phenomenal investment that's happening in infrastructure. So now the question is, how do you sustain such growth? Where will you get the skilled workforce to support it? It has to come from colleges, it has to come from universities, it has to come from other types of educational institutions. So is India prepared to meet that situation? That's the question. In fact, as a practicing architect and urban planner, I face this situation on a daily basis. Where do I get the skilled labor force to actually execute a specific work at the site? It's very difficult to get the right people to execute the work that I have in my mind. We face this problem on a daily basis. So I think the pedagogy in India has to gear up to this challenge. How to produce skilled workforce, skilled people to support the growth that India is envisaging this year and the next decade. In this connection, I also would like to talk about technology. Because when you talk about pedagogy and how it should be appropriately designed and planned, we should talk about how the technology should be adopted and adapted. For instance, we have various technologies available the world over. What is appropriate for India? We need to look at that. I would like to cite two examples from my own profession, the profession of building design and architecture. If you, for instance, we have a product called glass that we use extensively in the construction industry. Now, if you look at glass comes as a product of technology. There are various products that are in glass. You know, we have photochromatic glass, we have tinted glass, we have tempered glass, various types of glasses. But when you use glass, one has to see what is appropriate for India. For instance, glass has two properties. When the radiation from the sun goes through glass, glass will convert the short wave radiation that is coming from the sun into long wave. It also has another property. It will only allow the passage of short wave, not long wave. So for instance, if you cover a building's facade completely with glass, the radiation coming from the sun, when it passes through the glass, glass will convert the short wave into long wave. And once it passes the glass, it comes into the room, it cannot go back because glass has already converted the short wave into long wave. This produces what's called greenhouse effect in a building. And this will heat up the room, and then you will be forced to install air conditioning systems inside the room. Now, we as a country is already facing power shortage. And therefore, when you use technology, when you use a product of technology, one has to use it appropriately. So this is very important to understand. So when you teach the students in the campus, when you inculcate the power of technology in their minds, they should also be told what is good and what's not good. So this is one example. Another example is, for instance, the campus planning. Now we are talking about future campuses. I think if we talk about the physical architecture and design of a future campuses, what comes to my mind in the context of India is a campus that will be absolutely eco-friendly. So not just the campuses, whether it's a house or an office or a city, everything that we build, all forms of built environment will have to be planet-friendly, will have to be eco-friendly going forward. Because that is the only way we can sustain all types of forms of built environment in future. For instance, let me cite another example from the history of architecture. If you look at our historical buildings in India, whether it's Patnampuram Palace near Kanyakumari district in the southernmost part of India, to Amber Palace in Jaipur, north of India, you will always see courtyards within the buildings. So why did they provide the courtyard? Those days there were no communications between the architects, one can be assured of that. Even then, like magical formula, everybody had this theme of courtyards within their building designs. So the courtyards, what they will do is, they will allow the hot air from the building's interior spaces to escape through, and the jalis, windows and doors will allow then the cool air to come into the building, and this constant circulation of air will cool the buildings, keep the building cool. So this is a principle that we see in the traditional architecture of India. Why am I saying this? When you talk about using technology in today's context, and when you talk about future campuses, then the future campuses, from my point of view, will be a right mix of the traditional principles and then modern principles. So I was talking about the physicality of the future campuses. So I'll just repeat this. The future campuses should be planet-friendly. They should have the right mix of traditional principles and the present-day principles. So that is about the physicality of the campuses. Now, in terms of teaching in the future campuses, the way I see the teaching that would be happening in the future campus would be like this. It'll be a combination of physical teaching and virtual teaching. For instance, I've now, over the years, have trained hundreds of interns in my office. Of late, we have been, during the pandemic, I've been training them online as well. So we can, then in the process, I discovered that you could train them as, virtually as much as you can train them physically in a classroom or in an office environment. So you can use programs like AnyDesk or TeamViewer, and then jointly design, conduct design classes or design sessions online, and the difference is virtually nothing. So it's as good as teaching them physically, them sitting right in front of you. So this is another thing. So I think going forward, I feel there will be a combination of virtual classrooms and physical classrooms, and both will be equally effective. Third thing is about the campus environment. I think the campus environment should be in such a fashion that it should encourage physical movement. The technology will make you lazier and lazier every day. But you should overcome that, and then you should encourage students to move around the campus, interact, because this accidental meeting that that occur during the moment would be encouraging the interaction between the students. I would like to stop there and then come back later if necessary.
So thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Best University and Dr. Rupa, for organizing such an important conclave where we can share our thoughts about education system, creativity, and attached so many aspects. Right now for this panel, the topic is what do future campuses look like? During pandemic, after pandemic or during pandemic, we all have realized that education landscape has changed completely. We stand at a rapidly changing global world, and we need to adapt the challenges and needs of the hour, and accordingly we have to change our education system, campuses, and everything. For campus, before I go to campus, I would like to add two things. First, we have to understand our learners, what to teach and how to teach. How includes everything, your campus, your technology, and what includes what to teach to make them skilled, employable, and a global citizen. So here, the first point, just to add here, because already my colleague mentioned here the campus, the flexible learning style. It includes the campus infrastructure also. Time has gone to teach within a four wall with a chalk and board. Now time is for technology, for visual, different styles of pedagogy and teaching so that a learner can understand on their own pace. The conducive environment of the campus where they can have interaction, team building, team discussions, project work. So that kind of conducive environment we have to provide, which includes all teaching learning style. Each learner has his or her own pace to understand. And that example we realized during COVID. When we were teaching online, we were uploading videos, we were uploading case studies, and we found later that students are sending the reply or answer on their own pace. We never understood during teaching in my class which one is bright learner, which one is slow learner. This one is the learning style and reach to the students so they can understand everything. And you all know, the way we teach right now, it's a completely not acceptable kind of thing. We teach just to include rote memory. Now we all have changed our style of teaching also. Morning, Dr. Pankaj Mittal used flipped classroom, case study, movie, then clippings. All these are the ways of teaching. What we do in our classroom, we have a smart classroom where technology is enabled in our teaching learning. So they can understand in a better way. One psychology says that a student has retention for 10 minutes only. And what we have class hours, 60 minutes, 75 minutes. How will they learn unless we change our teaching style? So my first was flexible learning style, and campus is also part of that flexibility. So you can have a smart classroom, conducive environment for role play, team building, other activities. Second point is integration of technology. I will not talk much about integration because everybody is talking about integration. We can have technology enabled. Now time has come for VR, AR, all these new words which we are listening, we have to include. Time has gone again for simple teaching. Data analytics is a buzzword. How will we teach data analytics? Through technology, augmented reality or virtual reality, anything that technology should be enabled. Personally, I am not from science background, but I know when I teach my student with some video, some clippings, some interesting like video things, they understand, they enjoy, and that break the monotony of one-way teaching. So this one is another important. One thing also, like we talked about infrastructure and teaching style. Now I can talk about the curriculum. Curriculum, we have to include in our curriculum synchronous and asynchronous model. Faculty members, they need to understand the importance of designing a curriculum with learning outcome, with skill enabled. We can teach, but we don't know the outcome students have learned or not. So that outcome should be integrated, mapped, and that would be related to skill. What kind of skill sets are required? This is one thing for curriculum. Again, we have to move from STEM to STEAM. We all know about STEM. Now we have to add A in that STEM: science, technology, mathematics, arts, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Now this one is a STEAM. Liberal art is the only way to teach. STEAM matlab means you have to add liberal arts, where you can add few courses of humanities. Like I can give you a simple example: critical thinking, design thinking, creative thinking. These are certain courses which will help our student to understand better and have different skills to take decision when they are going to join any organization. So our faculty members need to be trained on designing the curriculum. We have enough flexibility by our regulatory body to design our curriculum based on industry needs, based on the requirement of employment. We can change the curriculum. Global collaboration, everybody talked about before panel. And just to add, we had 1 hour panel on internationalization. Internationalization is not only faculty exchange, student exchange and everything. We want to make our student, our learner, a global citizen. They should have a different perspective to join our organization. Not only like Indian value system we can give, but they can have a different perspective to understand the problems, issues, challenges, and give the solution. That is why collaboration or global collaboration important. Sustainability and green, you already talked about, so I will not touch. At the end, I just want to say, and what we do at ILM University, we have a tagline: pursue your passion. It means you can design your own curriculum. You can select, you can create your own bouquet. We have given enough flexibility to create your own design where you can fulfill your passion. And you should have some purpose for your life. Not like just you have to get a job. This is not a teaching, this is not a learning. So what I said, what and how. What it means, understand the learners. How includes your campus, technology, your faculty, your curriculum, everything. Finally, we would like to make our student a lifelong learner, a global citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll give one classical example as far as the campus is considered. This is year 2020. That was the peak of COVID. And most of the students from our campus are gone out. Almost 80% of the students are gone out. They are out of the university. Only hardly about 10-20% of students were staying in the campus. And this will give a very classical example how will the future campus will be. And comes that university examination, and it was difficult to get all the students into the university campus for the examination. So as for UGC also, we told them those who are outside the campus can write the university exams online. and those inside the campus should write offline. They should physically write the answers, should physically write the the exams. Then those students who are in the campus, they vehemently, they relucted, they opposed. They said they will not write the exams offline, and they were not ready to write the exams physically. Then we insisted that you are in the campus, so you should come to the examination hall and you should write the examination. And they resisted so much, and they said, okay, sir, if you say that we have to write the examinations if we are staying in the campus, we will leave the campus and go. So almost 20% of the students left the campus. They also went to their native place, and all of them wrote online examination. The first point today, what I'm telling, that will be the future of the campus. That first point. The second point is, I'll ask you, who needs a campus? Who needs a campus? That is the second point I should add. I see, as a pro-chancellor and as a vice-chancellor, for a long time I have seen, the management has got a lot of interest in building a campus. I don't know why, but if I'm a student, I'll tell you one more example. Last week, I was renovating my entire hospital. If I renovate my hospital, those people came, the interior people came, everybody came. They gave me so much of options to build a hospital, something like a 5-star hospital. I know if the patient comes inside a hospital, if he sees a 5-star ambience, he will definitely feel that he's paying out of his pocket for everything. So similarly, if you have got a sprawling campus, the student will definitely feel that he's paying for the campus. Remember, the student has come to gain knowledge, and he has come to gain some knowledge, and he wants to become a doctor, engineer, or whoever is in the future. So I would like to say now, again, I'll ask one more question. Who decides the campus? Madam, who decides the campus? It is not the management. It is not the student. There is one more apex body. One person was telling me, like, they'll come, they'll see the campus, they'll analyze the whole campus, and they'll write non-compliance reports as much as possible. Because, I should not tell this, the weight of the suitcase which they carry at the end of the compliance report directly proportional to the number of non-compliance they write. So this is a point we know. So we know why the campuses are built. And if you are putting a lot of money on the campus, I'll tell you, you are making a greatest mistake. Because now the future of campus is a virtual university where the students would like to learn and become a good professional. You can listen to any of the lectures. Now we say it is called flipped classroom. Now I would like to say one more point. This is called Education 4.0. It is not a Gurukul education. It is not a concrete jungle. It is not an education inside a concrete jungle. It is not a distant education. It is online education. Like students will learn and he'll present the certificate to the teacher. Sir, I have done this from Harvard University. This I have done from Stanford University. This I have done from this one. See, give me credits. And NEP also says academic credits. And you can build up your credit. So I feel if you are building a campus, you are building a concrete jungle. I don't know the validity, the importance of all these campuses, future campuses, whatever format you say, whether it's a green campus or whatever it is. So this is the most important point. And finally, coming to the technology part of it. I'll tell you, as long as you are holding this item called smartphone, they tell you the amount of technology in the smartphone. I think most of the students have the smartphone in their hands. Okay, the technology which is available in the smartphone is much more than the technology which was available to land in the moon in 1979. So we have so much of technology in my student. In my student's pocket, there is so much of technology. So what you are going to give? So finally, I would like to conclude. The campus is a place. And you had a question, whether the students will think, whether should I come to the campus? Of course they should come to the campus. I tell you, as a doctor, I can do online consultation to so many patients. But it is nothing like seeing the patient, touching the patient, seeing the patient. There is a lot of vibration. So there is a lot of vibration. When you learn together, there is what is called, when you are in a group, you learn much better. There is a competitive feelness. The competitiveness from inside the body should wake up. Then only then students can learn. I'm not telling the campus is a concrete jungle. A campus is the place where the students will get a motivation from the teachers, and they'll get a confidence, and it is place where they can do a lot of social activities, sports activities. These are the things which will be very well learned in campus. So one thing I would like to say, campus is not one-way teaching. Campus is not throw 101 lines in a single PowerPoint and finish. Campus is where the teacher will motivate the student, teacher will interact with the student will learn what we call is discuss next. Student will learn everything at home. It is also called as a flipped classroom. He will learn every subject. He'll come to the room, he'll come to the classroom, and the teacher will interact and he'll solve the question. So that is what is a campus, future campus. Thank you.
Dr. Sudhakar garu.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Girish, Dr. Girish, my co-panelists, and Dr. Meena for inviting us, and friends. So far we have been discussing about how the future campus should be, particularly in terms of the universities and technology campuses. But now I'm going to throw some light on the medical institutions. Having an experience of over 3 decades in the as a medical teacher, I feel that there is a lot to learn from technology as far as the medical education is concerned. And we cannot imagine a campus or a medical college or a medical institution without an artificial intelligence. That's the reason why I chose this topic of AI in medical education. This answers many of the questions that Dr. Girish has raised as to how the future should be in the absence of the teachers available, number one. Number two, with the modern gadgets that are available to each and every student. So we all know that, and it is basically an intelligent agent able to achieve the goal defined by the humans. What is to be remembered here is that the goals are decided by us and not by the machines. And at the same time, it's an expert system that can replace certain level of experts. It is an expert, but do remember that the human expertise is the most important, and it is able to achieve the scientific breakthroughs beyond the experts or the scientists who can do sometimes. And it's basically goes through a learning process like human beings, like the explanation and repetition. Artificial intelligence is already with us for quite some time, and it's going to explode in years to come, and there will be a great revolution. We all know that simple ECG that we read day in and day out, we take day in and day out, used to be different in the older days. Now this ECG will have a certain amount of explanation that is given there. It says that what's fundamentally wrong with that particular individual. This gives us an idea as to what's wrong with the individual. It sets an alarm so that the patient or the individual can approach the higher center or a specialized individual. This is a great tool for the doctors who are in the periphery, doctors who are basic, who do not exactly know as to how to read the nuances of this particular ECG. Similarly, on the other hand, we have the robotic surgery, which is very well in place nowadays, and it has been estimated that about 15% of the routine operations that are being performed around the world are robotic these days, basically indicating that the technology is going to take a greater role in the medical education and the training of a medical student. Yeah, basically, there are some people who would support this and some people who would oppose this. Many people who support say that this is always a beta and it is more complete and accurate, and we are sure that it is an invaluable addition to the armamentarium of the medical sciences. There are some people who say that there are a lot of contentious issues that need to be settled before we embark on this particular technology, and people are skeptical that it might lower the total employment, and sometimes it may even overpower the human beings. So this is the skepticism that we have seen. However, we all have to understand in the medical studies, we have certain norms to be followed that has been envisaged by the Niti Aayog as well as the National Medical Commission in India. An Indian medical graduate has been set certain goals of acquiring proper knowledge and proper skills, which is very, very important. Apart from this, there are three other components known as the attitudes, the values, and responsiveness. Similarly, there are certain important roles that need to be identified for the medical graduate. The moment he graduates from the medical school, he should be a good clinician, he should be a good leader in the society, he should be able to communicate properly, and he should be a lifelong learner. He should be a lifelong learner, keeping abreast with the latest developments that are taking place in the world, and at the end, he should be a true professional. So, whenever we talk generally about the medical care, there is a great revolution by the artificial intelligence and the technology. So, artificial intelligence basically makes early diagnosis that we have seen, particularly it reads the X-rays, the MRI scans, then the CT scans, and gives us the diagnosis in a fraction of a minute. Similarly, it predicts certain diseases. What could have been the reason for that particular observation in that particular radiological sign? And drug discovery and development through algorithms have become common these days, and it has greatly changed the scenario by minimizing the number of steps, thereby reducing the cost and the time of development of these drugs. And monitoring individuals' health, like a Holter monitor that we all have for our heart ailments, and the digital consultations like Doctor was just now telling us, and the robotic surgery is there to take place, and it's always important to remember it is not the robot which does it, but it is the human being behind the robot that's more important. Then managing medical data, enormous amount of medical data is available. We can draw conclusions from them and to see as to what could be this particular problem, how to prevent it. And personalized medicine is another important area where an individual, by virtue of the molecular structure and the genetic makeup of the individual, can decide on what dose of the drug has to be used and what drug has to be used for and most suitable for that particular individuals. And it has got a lot of public health applications also, particularly in terms of telemedicine. Here I wish to draw your it basically streamlines the processes, like the best practices are all analyzed and tell the doctor as to what is the best practice that is available. And it can collect the data from the individual as a preliminary procedures, like we have a robot by name Mabu, which says it takes all the history from the individual so that the actual contact time of the doctor will be lessened, but at the same time, the doctor can utilize his time more efficiently by examining the individual. And similarly, a lot of electronic health records can be analyzed, and the genome sequencing can basically make a difference between the individuals. So we all know certain diseases can always be predicted. I'll give you a small example. If there is a cardiovascular event that can be predicted by examining the fundus of the eye of an individual, this has been very well proven. By knowing the retina, by seeing the retina, we can know as to how soon an individual can go and develop a cardiovascular event. And by knowing that, one can always strive to prevent that. Similarly, optimizing the drug dosage and precision surgery through robots and drug interactions can be minimized. If you know as to what are all the drugs that are used, you can be guided whether the particular drugs can be used or not used. And similarly, the complications also can be easily be predicted. And by all these innovations, ultimately, the healthcare is becoming more efficient and it is becoming less costly. And also remember that it has got a public health impact by remote diagnosis. I'll give you a small example. Recently, we have conducted a study, a landmark study, we can say, which was published in Nature recently in the premier journal Nature, where the cough signal was analyzed. It was validated in Andhra Medical College, by which we can make out whether that particular cough is because of an irritant cough, it is a normal cough, whether it is because of the asthma, whether it is because of the pulmonary tuberculosis, or because of the COVID. So, by analyzing this, we can make out as to what is the reason for this cough. If an individual coughs into a particular cell phone that is provided to him at a remote area, we can come to a conclusion what is he after all. So that a proper treatment can be given to the individual. And this is how a cough signature is recorded either by another individual, or when the patient is on the bed and a device is given, he can take the cough signature and just transmit it to the specialist at a distant place. So he'll be coughing out based on sound, please. Anyway, by knowing the different patterns of the cough, we can make out whether it is pulmonary tuberculosis, whether it is because of the asthma, whether because of the interstitial lung disease, because the cough pattern in each of these diseases differ. So that's as far as the general usage of the technology or the artificial intelligence in the medical education. Coming to the medical education proper, in-campus medical education, the future of the medical education, it basically improves the learning experience of the individual. And number two, it improves the access to the resources, because number of different resources can be analyzed at a shorter time. It enables the personalized learning, because each individual learns at a different pace. It facilitates the decision making by a medical student after examining a patient, what it is. If there is a smart stethoscope that is available, when somebody is listening to a murmur of the heart, so instead of spending hours and hours together, if it can be analyzed better and can be taught to the individual, it can be a faster and a better experience always. What are the key areas wherein the medical education is impacted by the advances? One is simulation and virtual reality. By simulation, you all know that there are many labs which has become mandatory for every medical institute to have a simulation lab these days, so that the safety of the patient is improved always. By learning on an individual, starting from counting the pulse rate or putting an IV line to making the heart beat again once it is stopped by using the DC shock. So these are the advances. All these advances can be learned by the student, totally immersing in that particular, involving himself in the particular simulation lab. Similarly, intelligent tutoring is something where the technology tells the individual, assesses the individual as to the level of understanding that one has and what are all the goals that he has, and teaches him at his own pace. Similarly, data analysis, diagnostic support, like I have told you, particularly in the radiology. And data analysis and research, when somebody is trying to do a research, in the older times, it used to be very difficult to analyze a particular topic, but now it has become very easy. Where even if an individual is not able to speak so eloquently, in the natural language processing, the language is processed and the output is given in such a way which is understandable to the individual. Similarly, the augmented reality. Sometimes there is an onlay of virtualness or the enhanced latest developments into the present field of interest so that an individual learns faster. And there will be a continuous update of the knowledge that happens with the artificial intelligence by using various tools. So what are the challenges that we have? The challenges are we have to ensure that the data privacy and security is maintained, and transparency and explainability of these AI algorithms is to be understood. And one has to integrate the AI seamlessly into the existing system. This cannot be totally a different system. Otherwise, there will be few takers of this. And similarly, we all have to have the ethical considerations as to how far we can use these modalities. And similarly, we should have good regulatory frameworks in order to avoid legalities. So, and in conclusion, we'll have to understand that treating a patient is both art and science. That has to be understood. And one need to have that we have to have hands-on training. So AI does not replace the hands-on training. So campus is very, very important. And mentorship, motivation, and having a good motivator and the role model is very important for a medical student. And one should have a real-life clinical experience apart from being in the simulation lab. So always one has to remember all these should be supportive tools to enhance what the doctors are supposed to do, and it should be complementary to the traditional teaching, and it cannot replace totally. So training, that's the reason why, as Einstein said, I fear the day that the technology will surpass our human interaction. The world will have a generation of idiots. So please do remember, training in the use of AI-driven patient care with human touch is the key for the future of medical education. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhakar Garu. So I request the next speaker to.
Thank you very much. I'll be a bit brief. I'm not a core educationist. I'm from administration. So after 5 speakers, very little is left for me to talk about campus and education. But the first part of the topic, reimagining education, that is very important from the point of view of nation's development. If we can reimagine properly, then how will be the campus becomes easy. That is what I am feeling. The present scenario, as far as education is concerned, I can tell you as a parent how much they are worried about education. Every parent, every child is worried. Is it not abnormal situation that we are worried about education which should be easily available? And the parents are willing to do anything, do any sacrifice to get admitted their children in good institution. What does it mean? We have very few good institutions. Our population is huge. We have now surpassed China by 29 lakh, the most populous country on the earth. And also we talk about demographic dividend. India is the youngest country in the world. 68% population is in the age group of 15 to 65. That is the working age population. But are we able to reap the benefit of demographic dividend? No, because vast majority of population is illiterate, not having access to higher education. Today the GER is how much? 27%. So 3 out of 4 eligible adult is not able to get into our higher education system. 3 out of 4. So this is the scenario, and every year we are adding 1.6 crore people in our population. So what is our future? How do we see the future of education itself? That is what I was telling, the reimagining education per se is more important from this demographic point of view. 27% youth are getting into higher education. So once we get into this whole issue very seriously, then we can imagine what kind of classrooms, what kind of institution we have. In fact, if we see the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, it gives very good idea what kind of campus we should have, what kind of teaching we should have, how much digital education, virtual education, remote education, and blend of both, physical and remote both. Everything is mentioned very nicely. It also gives our historical connection, as in the morning Rupa ji was telling about our historical connection. It talks about those great authors which we have forgotten today. Bana Bhatt, what is writing in play mode, how they have taught in those days the education in that fashion. So all these things are part of our national education policy. So if we implement those ideas which are written in our national policy, then probably we don't have to much break our head. Nitty-gritty always, we can always ask the chat GPT how will be our campus, and it will tell us the answer, it gives answer. In fact, I have seen that also. But the issue is, national education policy doesn't tell us how to achieve those objectives which are narrated there and how much fund we need. It says 6% of GDP. 6% of GDP, how are we able to give? Are we able to give? Are we giving? When we will give? And when we will able to achieve the target so that accessibility, as in morning minister's message also we saw, by 2030, only for next 30 years, not always, because the fertility rate has gone down to 1.8. So this same kind of population, young population, will not be always available to this country. So we have to really think very seriously these challenges before us, and then spend enough on education. And definitely we have various models, various ideas how the campuses would be. This is what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Last couple of days to discuss about reimagine education has already been covered since I've been here in the morning. But there are some steps, things that I have gathered, where we were, where we are, where we will be down the line. From traditional education to where we are present, and where are we going to be in future, which is going to be future camp. This is something that I'm sure everybody would agree that COVID-19 pandemic has pushed us, all of us, be it any industry, education, towards technology. Transformation of technology was pushed to us by pandemic. And this is not only in India, I think all the countries all across the globe have seen the same thing. Now, I have few things I have made a note of. First and foremost, future campuses will have more flexible, like ma'am said, flexible and adaptable thing, correct? And traditional classes, like we have desks, chalkboards, will be now replaced by smart boards, smart desks, iPads. Nowadays, kids have 200 things on one topic. But when we go back to our traditional education points, one professor and teacher, they're writing on board, and the kid only has to learn one thing. But now, when they go to the jungle, but it is very important for everyone, students, to be motivated by teachers. I totally agree with the same fact, because will the campuses become obsolete in the face of transformation of technology? Sir said no, absolutely no, because yes, we need motivation by our teachers, by our professors, to go towards.
He or she should think, I have to go to college to learn something, not related to infrastructure, like Dr. Shetty said. We should have conducive environment where learners are motivated to learn something. Faculties are motivated to impart some knowledge rather than going to class and deliver a lecture. So that kind of environment and campus now we need.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of points here. One is that I think our education system, when you talk about reimagining the education or the pedagogy, I would like to reimagine the system to be in such a fashion that the students are encouraged to become thinkers. I think that is totally missing missing quite a bit in our education system. So the thinkers then become practitioners, not job seekers. So I think this country is going to eventually require a lot of practitioners, not job seekers, because the way India is growing, demand is going to be phenomenal, and we need to produce more thinkers who will then become practitioners. And I also would like to point out that the interface between industry and the academia is kind of missing, because as a practitioner, I feel that the students come to our office and they start working, etc. They're totally lost. So that interface between the industry and academia has to be encouraged. And one final point that Dr. Shetty mentioned about the relevance of brick and mortar buildings, campus as it exists today, the relevance of it as we see tomorrow. I think I would like to draw an analogy here between a temple. For instance, our colleges are usually referred to as temples of learning, right? And then why do we go to a temple when we can sit in our room and pray to God? The reason is what we call the experience. So the experience that the campus offers to the students is totally different from a virtual classroom. And the interaction he or she will have with other students and the professors in the campus, the teachers, etc., is something else. So it is that experience. In fact, the entire life of ours revolves around what is called experience. Life per se is about experience. We go for bungee jumping, we go for eating ice cream, we go for movies, we get married, we fall in love, all that is for the experience. And education cannot be different. So the campus provides that experience. The nooks and corners, the courtyards and the trees under which they sit and talk, that will be missing in the room when you take the virtual classroom. I am of the opinion that the virtual classroom will produce a result per se that it is supposed to produce in terms of outcome and outputs. But experience of the campus is something else. This is what I just want to point out.
Yeah, that's right. Just 1 minute. So whatever Sir has told, of course, what he's telling is the campus, what we are talking about the campus, initially we are talking about like the apex bodies, like the UGC is doing a lot of reformative things. For example, publications. They're told these publications are not mandatory for PhD. So that's the one thing which is very, very important. But the campuses, what is a measurement of the campus? For example, in a medical college, NMC, they'll say your classroom should be this feet to this feet. If it is 1 inch less, they'll put it as a non-compliance. I'll tell you, in one of the compliance reports, like in this Malaysian college has recommended one of the universities for training their students in Bangalore. Those people who come for accreditation of the medical college, they don't measure the campus or the rooms or demonstration rooms, nothing. They don't measure anything there. They just called about 4 or 5 students who are training there. They asked some few questions. That is also basic, like what is the blood pressure of the human body, what is the glucose level, what is sugar. Like that, they said they called the first year, and the evaluation was done by professor of surgery, professor of medicine. The people who are concerned in that particular thing, they came for accreditation. They called the students. They asked few questions. The students answered the questions. They recognized the college for the next 5 years. But here it is physical measurement. That's why I'm asking, though, that reformations are going to come, and if you put my money into the campus, you are making a biggest mistake.
Right, so thank you, but at least we should thankful to our AICTE, they cut down the infrastructure requirements to 50%. Okay, thank you everyone for your valuable contributions. I think the future of the campus looks going to be a very dynamic, vibrant campus. The students and parents are going to be very choosy where they want to get their admission. And facilities, resources, customized learning is going to be very important. Unfortunately, very few of our teachers undergo teacher training. Most of the teachers doesn't know about student learning patterns and importance of different learnings. I think that is also one of the important point. And assessment system need to be changed. No more memory-based education system. We need to have learning through application. We need to have global qualification framework, because like the country like Australia and all, they're ahead of Australian qualification framework. We need to define our qualification framework across the world, validity. And it is going to be a blended learning, both offline and online education. It is going to be a 50-50 blended learning. And one of the very important for all of us, all the professionals, is we need to be agile and we need to learn continuously, and lifelong learning is very important, and collaboration with the foreign universities. And location is no more constraint. Even if a small village, if we have good internet, the students will get global advantages. With a simple computer, the student can do deep learning, AI, ML, because cloud computing is available. The students can use like Microsoft Azure. They can pay only for the seconds or minutes, whatever the computational time they use. So therefore, there are great advantages. And at the same time, most of the difficulties are with the faculty. How do we cope up with these challenges? We need to be very agile to cope up, otherwise the students are going to be very choosy. So thank you one and all for listening to this, and I thank all the panel speakers for their valuable contribution. Thank you one and all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, session 2 was equally illuminating and informative, isn't it? I'd like to thank all our eminent speakers on the stage and the moderator on behalf of the audience. May I now request Sri Bharatlal Meena ji and Dr. Rupa ma'am to join us on stage to felicitate our revered speakers. They're being presented a small memento as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to have a tea break. I would request all our guests to take a quick break. Tea is waiting for us outside. We shall resume for a special session at 5:20 p.m. by Dr. Mila Popovich. The session is on future literacy, role of India. Thank you very much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. Welcome to this special session on future literacy, role of India. The session is presented by Dr. Mila Popovich, Director General, Directorate of Interculturalism, Government of Montenegro, Founder and Director of Evolving Leadership. Let me briefly introduce the speaker to you all. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Mila Popovich, Director General, Directorate of Interculturalism, Government of Montenegro, Founder and Director of Evolving Leadership. She is a leading voice in ethical leadership and global standards with affiliations such as the World Academy of Art and Science. She was recently appointed by the Government of Montenegro as Director General of the Directorate of Interculturalism. She is an academician. She's an artist and a member of the Millennium Project. She has co-authored the Global Education Futures Report with Peter Senge. Now there's going to be a small video played. May I have your attention to the background screen, and after that the session starts.
Good evening. It is absolutely wonderful to be here. Namaskaram. You see, the name of the group of my friends that founded a theater called Transition Theater because we were inspired by Indian values in Denver, Colorado. And we created a theater for these times, these difficult transitional times, but also about the inner time that is timeless and that is always about transitioning. Nobody in the world knows better of this than the Indian culture and the Indian civilization, of what it is to be time-bound but to be timeless. That is the grand Upanishadic science. We created the theater based on those values and thought that this is the support system, the artistic and cultural support system for the grand transition. And our motto, our driving force was arts for ascension. We did this during the time of COVID pandemic. And this piece, this video meditation, if you want to call it, is called Darshan. So where I'm going with this presentation is, first and foremost, I'm not only an academician, a systems thinker, I'm a performing artist. And for me to come to a place and to come to a culture that opens a conference, a scientific conference, with a dance performance is a dream come true. I was never able to do anything like that in the West. I come from former Yugoslavia. While it was still there, I was born, probably one of the last generations from former Yugoslavia, now Montenegro, half of my life there and half in the United States, in the big, big Rome of the day. So it's a double perspective on the world. And I come to you today to speak of the futures that are not only possible, they are already here. And to ask questions. I am here today to show some patterns, possibilities, paradoxes, and problems, but not to give you answers because I don't have them. I am here to ask you questions and to ask you questions about India, about you in India, about you in Indian development, and about Indian future that hopefully might be a better planetary future. There's another reason I showed you this video, to honor the arts, to fulfill a personal wish to say this is possible, which I couldn't accomplish in the West, and also to tell you already what the future holds, which is, in this video presentation, you will be able, in the future, which is, to be honest with you, right around the corner. It's already here because of immersive technologies. You will be able to feel what that performer, whoever that woman was, what that performer feels like as she's making those movements. You will be able to feel what it's like to be the veil that is being moved. You will be able to feel what it's like to be the camera that moves or the technology that slows the movement down. You will be immersed in this scene and be able to feel every aspect of that experience. But how are we going to get there? You would find that exciting, right? In other words, it would be exciting to create aesthetic states of being, because that is the future. Already in literature, we are creating worlds that we are in our mind inhabiting. With the video and TV, we already know what the possibilities are. With the immersion technologies, experiential technologies that so many of the wonderful scientists and philosophers and leaders have been talking about, it's going to be immersion. And you're going to be able to inhabit, mind you, inhabit and feel another being. Very exciting, would you agree? You would want to feel what it's like to be that person, to be another, and with that comes a huge empathetic responsibility. We used to say, you need to feel what it's like to be another person's shoes. Well, the technology just might have the capacity and our empathy, or destroy it. Just like the paradox of Facebook that was there to connect us better, all of a sudden we're sitting next to each other. Okay? Well, how are we going to get there? That is the question. Can I get my presentation running on the big screen? Because this is what I wanted to share with you and ask some big questions along the way. So I want to share with you that not only are we in post-industrial era, and one note about that, we all understand that we have education that is 200 years outdated because it was meant for industrial era. All other discussion stops there. We need to keep imagining radically different education system. And I'll ask some questions along the way about that as well. So, not of feeling somewhere, and imagine also being stuck in your church. They have on board, they have people in leadership that are called CPOs, Chief Philosophy Officers, that are there only to be ahead of them. We have to be ahead of them. And this is my call to Indian public intellectuals, Indian leaders, to be ahead with big questions from you. Why do you think the rest is blank? So I want to introduce quickly to you mandatory. When we go, I'm going to go to the information age where we're still stuck even today discussing this, and it's already outdated. The information is the product, the corporation is the power, I just spoke about them. The wealth is the access to networks. The offices, right, the place to be, that has been broken down by COVID, but people are going back to offices. The war is over perception. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? What is the difference? I'll ask you a minor question. If you consider Ukraine still your territory, or you don't, what is the difference? How many lives later? How much ammunition later? How much time later? That's another question. What is the difference between perception that may be the perception and values? So, time is flexible. We can have a conversation, a philosophical conversation about that. But look where we are going. The product is going to be, and this is a business tip for all of you inventors and business people in the crowd. The greater capacity for connectivity you develop, not only of your company, of your organization and initiative, but also of yourself as the leader and every single individual in your company, if you develop their capacity for greater connectivity and growth. Empathy, right? And he was explaining that to business people as empathy, right? And he was explaining that to business people as mark my words, in the future, if you are boring, you will be poor. Let me just remind you, TikTok, billions of viewers over silly, creative videos. So the wealth is in being, we will be in identity, and this is the crux. This is very important for India, for every country, but hopefully it's going to be, like you were reminding me earlier, one planet, one humanity, right? This is what we hope for, be invented. So I wanted to share this with you. And to draw your attention, this table, this graph, this simplification, but a useful one, came with my work with the Millennium Project, a futurist think tank that have been have nodes. To give you a background to this research. So what are we experiencing right now? When we speak of AI, I want you to understand that ChatGPT is a kid's toy compared to what's really here already and what's coming. This is a ridiculous way to show you the augmentation. I just made the letters bigger. That means I'm already outdated. Okay? Also, let us remind ourselves, artificial intelligence is not artificial. Artificial intelligence is actually our collective humanity's intelligence put in a machine to process it at a certain speed and derive information. What happens with the information? That's where the ChatGPT came in and started interpreting things. The jump to general is AI starts asking questions, like we are today asking questions. When they start asking their own questions, the next thing is they'll be setting their own goals, pursuing their own goals. Mind you, one more note. All AI has been coded by humans, which means that all the biases and issues of perspective that I mentioned to you is coded in there. And once you unleash an algorithm, guess what? You can create another to try to conceptions and misconceptions, unfortunately. This right here, I'll know to you in a second. And it'll come from, it is not only AI, it is the grand convergence of synthetic biology, designing DNA, reading, writing, rewriting, just like we do CDs, or we used to. That's so old, right? Nanotechnology, where you can have the entire knowledge of humanity up to this point in a device, that's misnomer. In an organism, that's even more interesting, scarier, or more excited, depending on your perspective. The size of one blood cell, all of it. Cognitive science, Neuralink and others, and longevity science. See this at the bottom? I'm probably the most interested in. Because there are people that want to live forever. Do you remember my question? Towards what goal? Are you a lover of life, so you want to live that long, or you are afraid of death? Because it's the grand transformer, the grand transition theater. Right? And are you willing to transform, or as Indians know so well of the liberation and moksha, is this the Indian goal? While at the same time, we cannot say no to it. What if your mother or your daughter is sick? Wouldn't you take something? Or I don't know. I don't have an answer. But this is, the convergence of these is what is at stake, right? So, superintelligence comes from that, remember? The size of one blood cell coursing through the body, and you cannot distinguish anymore who you're talking to. Maybe I was designed. You're not going to be able to know. So we're cyborgs, artificially created part with the human part, with the artificial taking over more. But somebody else from the audience, a wonderful speaker, and forgive me if I don't remember who he was, but you'll remember, spoke about, yes, the secretary of the Indian University Association spoke about your earring might be able to tell you if you're I mean, you can have socks on as you go to an airport. Are we going to have airports? My imagination is limited. Is not going to let you go on a plane if you have high blood pressure, disease, or whatever. Are we going to have diseases? I don't know. Do you see where we're at? It's maddening. But the combination of the two, when you have conscious environment all around you is alive, and you are enhanced human, what happens? Are we going to go to those aesthetic states that we spoke about, beautiful aesthetic states in the video? Or what will it be? Right? This is the question. This is the question. Then will we have entered the post-information age and the age of conscious technology? Consciousness towards what? Like I said, I'll be asking a lot of questions. Ray Kurzweil is a renowned author and a renowned leader in the Silicon Valley of the transhumanist movement, of the enhanced human. So look at what he said. He said this in 2009, which means we have advanced very much with bioengineering and biodesign. So, the superhuman. Do you think the future is going to look like this? We just discussed this. This is so old, regardless of the fact how fine this hairline is. This is old. Do you think it's going to look like this, even though of the interaction and the laughter? The emotion is coming out of the human because this robot is speaking. Do you think it's going to look like this? This is done. And no, it might be something like this. This too is old. And this gentleman already started a foundation for cyborgs, which means money is coming in to fund the human rights of cyborgs. The implications of that, I will leave to you. That's a whole other presentation. But it's not even going to be an antenna. When he wanted, in 2004, when he wanted to have this surgery done, he asked 8 doctors, all of them are anonymous, 8 refused, the 9th accepted. Anonymously. But it could be something like this. It just might be something like this, where you get to choose. We spoke of designer babies. So while you're reading this, I'm going to ask you a question. Speaking of all the education that we shared earlier about, what you're going to do in the increase, because this is not going to be cheap for sure, right? So what you're going to do if you have a child starving somewhere, undernourished, completely neglected in somewhere in rural India, and you have a child produced like this with that one red blood cell? Tell me about education. Are they going to meet? Are they going to live in the same place? Already we have tremendous divisions between gated communities and separation from the underprivileged, other classes, other castes, other economic classes, and this is exactly why I admire what Dr. Rupa and Bharat Lal Meenaji are doing when they said our commitment goes on the land, to the people of the land, and we need to be there. This is my admiration, which apparently I have given away my ideology. Is very humanistic, right? I love technology, but we need to decide where it's going to go. So what are you going to do? Are these two going to meet? Who is left behind? Whose experiential technology is it going to be? And will you say that maybe the experience of the little rural child in India is inconsequential or not important? Or will this very technology prove to us that those children, underdeveloped, undernurtured, neglected, might have the most powerful perspective that the AI needs to augment itself? Because what is more powerful, the AI that has the intelligence and the content of 4 billion people or 9 billion people? The math is still very simple, but the exponential transformation is not. So the very people that we neglected will have the most powerful data needed, and all the connections and linkages will be created for them to be reached in order to be mined. You know from crypto world and blockchain the term mining, but also mining. I'm referring to the poor children of Congo that are mining. I'm referring to the children in USA whose rights are now, USA of all places, whose rights are now gutted and they're allowed to work in the most despicable conditions in the USA, now underage. I'm reminded of the Congolese children, of the rural children, of you name it. Also of the hungry children in America, the most powerful democracy and economy. You don't want to hear the numbers of how many go without meal a day. Technologies are being developed to reach those categories that have been neglected before because their perspective will be precious for the development of conscious technology. In fact, our minds and our states of mind and our state of being is going to be harvested. We got excited early on, right? We got really excited what it would be like to be in that video. Who is going to guide this process? Let's see. So quickly, this is what I talked about. This is Ray Kurzweil, the leader of the transhumanist movement. This is in 2009. It is, my questions here, is this a dream of unity realized if we're all meta-connected? Or is this unleashing of the individual genius and collective intelligence for the benefit of all of us? Or is this the harvesting of our minds? Or is it all together, how will we know where the line goes and how will we know to direct this? So in the singularity, the merging of the so-called artificial, of the enhanced human, and the human, my questions are, so what is the content of singularity? I kind of discussed that. It's the qualia. It's not the world of the quantitative anymore, of quantizing. It's the world of qualia, which means the information or the feelings of the way you experience the world, and will be the most precious material, the most precious source you can imagine for this, for creation of aesthetic states, or you will see these days network states, as they call them. That's already a term that's coming through. Everything that was marginalized, a hungry child, a black woman, a single mother, a nationality, a racist category, your fantasies, your fetishes, your fears, your vulnerable inner life, your creativity, will become the most precious source. But who will be sourcing it? For whom? And for what end? All right. So these are some of the responsibilities of technology. Some of the responsibilities. In the World Academy of Art and Science, whose fellow I am and whose trustee now I am, which was founded in 1960 during the Cold War, when we were at the intersection of human development, and one of the founders were Einstein, Bertrand Russell, but also Oppenheimer, the Manhattan Project, the man that actually managed to help create, out of a split atom, he created an atomic bomb. He was devastated by realizing how the result of his labor was co-opted for destruction of humanity. We as scientists have to ask ourselves the same questions in our laboratories. Who is funding? For what end? Who will ultimately synthesize that knowledge, and why? So, in the World Academy, at that time, we called for social responsibility of science. I am today calling for moral responsibilities of science, of arts, of media, of nations. And this is why, again, India. What we are going to need is the new process of social learning and leadership and architecture for the whole system design. Because as some of our colleagues were speaking earlier, we already have so much information. You can reach it anywhere. But our issue is this. We don't have systems of organizing knowledge. We don't. This is why our children are going numb. This is why we are stressed out and overwhelmed and overstimulated and hyper-agitated. It's impossible to hold the world. It's also impossible to read the news and stay sane. Right? The problem is how we organize knowledge. And this is where India comes in. Values. Values are the organizing system for knowledge. Values. Because if qualia and qualitative properties are going to be the source, the only means that can guide that source is values. Because values will give us capacity as guiding posts, as guidelines, will give us capacity to process information and have discernment about what you will consume and what not. Integrate or federate that knowledge past AI, past, because it's transformative. Will give us capacity to transform ourselves through knowledge, and also will give us renewed capacity for new meaning-making. Remember the question, to what goal? Indian civilization knows that very well. And this is why, again, my support goes to Best Innovation University, because they're starting from foundational values. Going back to nature and synchronizing life-affirming systems that way, and developing a whole system. Every single person is developed that way as a microcosm. So, what we have seen is a technological convergence, mind you, coupled with existential risks, poverty, wars, pollution, climate change, I mean, you name it. And then we have technological. We're, as a humanity, literally sandwiched into an impossible and impassable situation. It is through our values, our empathy, our community, our holding on to our humanity, that we will be able, goodness willing, to turn technology to face existential risk. My God, remember before I mentioned living hell? Guess what this would be? Paradise on earth. If we can properly, with universal values, guide technology to turn and face existential risk, we will have a quantum leap in our consciousness, in our way of being, and an ancient Indian future realized. Do you know who I'm referring to? There's an ancient future that I mentioned, the Upanishadic wisdom and vision in science, that also through integral yoga, Sri Aurobindo, the very progenitor of the unification and national independence of India, put forth. So you remember superhuman, unless it is Sri Aurobindo's superhuman. Will you want it? So our only chance is to amplify our social innovation, our social, humanistic, humane connections in peaceful coexistence, in solidarity and co-responsibility for our future. So next to interface, we have to develop interculture, sense of interbeing, fundamental interdependence of all life forms. So this is one note. I come from a very small country, a lotus of its own, that has really deep, muddied historical roots and violent roots, but it's a beautiful little country, remarkable. And we don't have India's financial power, people power, military power, all of those things. But I try to tell my fellow men, we have remarkable biodiversity, actually the top in the world. My country is the size of Kentucky. I just don't know what to compare it to in India. I'm sure you don't even have the size of a suburb. It used to be 750,000 people, now it's 620. A problem, people problem, right? And there's about 1 million of us in diaspora. That's one of your suburbs. But we have the biodiversity, one of the top in the world and top in Europe. And cultural diversity, we have such an index of UNESCO protected sites based on the territory ratio, it's mind-blowing. So there are no too small to be values driver. And there are not too big not to fail as value drivers if they don't behave as a moral force for good. So what is the possible design? It's the very flower of life. It's the life-affirming design by which all of these aspects are correlating. That we have to heal the biosocial conflict on which all of our systems are based. Racism is profitable because there are people of different color that can do different job or are not valued and not dispensable as war bodies. Right? For example, racism. Sexism is also profitable. Women can do it, but they shouldn't be at the decision-making and leadership positions. There's a problem. Right? So, not to mention the fact that we are exploiting our Mother Nature to complete nonsense, to self-destruction. So all of our systems and relations and our economic systems, all of our systems are based on conflict. And we have to heal that. The new social leadership is where I'm calling this time on India for that. So, as I mentioned earlier, I thought that you already have the grand future designed. You have the mapping, you have the key, and I will say this again to instill it in you with great pride and even greater responsibility. In the world where two superpower, I don't know how you measure superpower, if that's what's called superpower to unleash enormous destruction in the world. It's an outdated measure. But in the world of two blocks, we are reverting back to Cold War between two superpowers, Russia and USA, two blocks. Europe is getting weaker. My hope is also with European Union to be that central force of balance. My ultimate hope in leadership is India, because you have people power, nature power, capital power, spirituality power. It's all here. It's all here. Just as I said, great point of pride and great responsibility. How do you meditate on that? Apologies. Has it already been designed? And mind you, in the incredibly long history of India's civilizations, this is just one model, a model dear to my heart, but it's one model. You all recognize that this is Matri Mandir of Auroville. Human unity was seeded. People from all over the world live there. This is one design, and you have so many. So, just as I mentioned what India has, I want to drive your attention to this. Mindset, military, markets, media, and money, as what I call the M complex, have been driving all the so-called development. which is wonderful. We have certainly developed, more people are risen out of poverty and have education than ever before in the history of humanity. But now we decide toward what granted the technology. So next to them, you also need to think how certain values in the mindset are driving formation of military to open up new markets and new places and infuse that ideology through media and infuse the money into it and transform or colonize certain places or you name it. To what end is again the question. But we do have the rise of new consciousness, of social movements, of communities and universities and living organizations that we are hosted by today, as well as diversity of perspective and diversity of asset creation. So what is the future of employment in the certain economies that are coming? What is the possibility of education for the economies in conscious, opened up by conscious technologies, and what is the employability? Some of those things we have discussed, and now we are moving even our language from labor force to human capital to human resource to human beings, which makes sense to you now that we have discussed where we're going with future technology. And as I mentioned earlier, the technology of the future is the one that can create conditions for each individual to design their own destiny in the greater economy of life, in the greater co-creative web of the collective intelligence. By now, we have reinscribed our own language. We started artificial intelligence, and now we are redirecting our language. The value of the collective neural network will go exponentially by every individual joining, but it has to be under certain social contract where our values are valued and we are educated and informed what network we are plugging in. We are deciding now. So who is the generator? It's every single one of us. The children of India. How does this compare to designer babies? I'm sure you would. And the beauty of this turnaround, that all of a sudden, everything that we have criticized, all of our shortcomings, insecurities, inabilities, incapacities, might be the greatest riches that need to be developed, might be like the sleeping giant in a seed. So we need to value them. We will never look at the child the same way anymore, nor a stranger in the street, nor a servant in the street. So, my question to you, given all of this that we have painted and experienced together, what does India look like in 2100? When I ask this question to my own people, well, all people are my people. The more personal I get, the more universal being I become. That is what India taught me. But when I asked the Montenegrins, most of them were sitting there thinking, oh my God, we may not even exist. I'm sure that's not going to be India. In fact, I hope that we will reconnect on the basis of what was seeded long time ago, a social innovation in the times of Cold War called non-alignment movement. We then, Yugoslavia, India, Ghana and Egypt, started that kind of social innovation to guide where things are going. We need to go back to those values. So maybe the proper question here, if we go back to the very beginning, what does being Indian feel like in 2100?
Ma'am, this is from one performing artist to another performing artist. Your video was just effervescent. And I couldn't take my eyes off you when you were performing. And I hope that one day we can witness your performance live. And of course, my heartfelt gratitude for this wonderful presentation on futures, literacy, role of India. May I now invite on stage our chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meena ji, and our chancellor, Dr. Rupa ma'am, to present a memento as a token of love and appreciation to Dr. Meela. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on with our next session. That is Innovative Pedagogies and Best Practices, a presentation by our international universities. Dr. Sabur Khan has requested us to present tomorrow, that is at 9:30 a.m. Meanwhile, Dr. Arnon, Director at Gillard Research Center, Agricultural Research Organization, Ministry of Agriculture, Israel. Dr. Arnon couldn't make it in person due to some issues with visa. Hence, there will be a presentation, online.
Sir, you can speak now, sir, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Definitely, yes, sir. Thank you so much for joining us online. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Sir, you can please start your session.
So whenever you're ready, sir, you can start.
I can start now?
Definitely, yes, sir.
But I see the lady still speaking in the YouTube.
I'm sorry, sir?
I'm saying that in the YouTube I see that the former lecturer is still speaking.
Sir, don't follow YouTube, sir. I think you'll have to close the tab. Yeah.
Okay, so can I start now?
Definitely, yes. We're all eagerly waiting for your session.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening. My name is Arnon Dag, and I will give you a short presentation about innovative agricultural education in our institute in Vulcan Institute in Israel. I'm not coming from the educational part of the research. I'm coming from agricultural research, and I will share with you what we are doing with sharing our knowledge with children and with students and other people. So a few words about the history of Vulcani. Vulcani was established around 100 years ago. You know, we have an advanced agriculture in Israel from the biblical time. Probably know about the 7 species mentioned in the Bible: the grapes, the figs, the olive, pomegranate, wheat, and date, and also barley. All of them are grown in Israel for thousands of years. So Vulcani established 100 years ago, and the idea was to solve a problem and to advance new agricultural technology in the state of Israel. Currently, we are the leading agricultural research organization in Israel. We conduct around 70% of the agricultural research in Israel is done by our institute. We are around 180 researchers and around 1,000 employees. I know that in the scale of India is not very big, but in the scale of Israel, it's a relatively big institute. Our institute is divided into 6 different departments: soil and water and environmental sciences, plant protection, post-harvest and food sciences, animal sciences, and agricultural engineering. And we have 2 regional centers, one in the south where I'm located. It's called Gilat, and we are focusing on developing agriculture under desert and semi-desert conditions. If we look on the map of Israel and the neighboring country, we are a relatively small country, as I mentioned earlier. We have around 420,000 hectares of arable land. And from this land, we have around 160,000 hectares of irrigated land. All the southern part of Israel we need to irrigate because the amount of water, the amount of precipitation is less than 200 millimeters, and we cannot have rain-fed agriculture there. So everything is irrigated. At the beginning, we used water from the Sea of Galilee, and nowadays we are using mainly recycled water. We are the leading country in using recycling water for agriculture. Around 80% of the sewage water in Israel are treated and used for agriculture after it was treated properly. In our center in Gilat, in the southern part of Israel, we have a mission of providing solutions for sustainable agriculture in arid and semi-arid region, and this is our main focus. Now I will give you a few examples of our educational activity. As I mentioned, our main activity is research to provide the growers with solutions for advanced agriculture, but we have also a component of educational activity. And in response to Dr. Rupa's invitation, I will share with you a few of our activity in this route. One component is Science Enrichment Day for students and teachers. You can see here example of young children working in the lab, in the greenhouses, and in the field. It's mainly for children and also for the teachers. There's another example. You can see how we share with them the research in precision agriculture, post-harvest, animal science like beekeeping, and also robotics. So all the researchers are open and willing to share their knowledge and their findings.
Sir, if I may stop you for a second, I think you'll have to press F5, sir, so that there's a slideshow there, and we're not able to see your slides, the next slides.
From the beginning, you haven't been able
yeah, the
to
second slide, sir. We're not able to see your slides, yeah. It's just stuck on the first page, the introductory page.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is okay, sir.
It's okay, you can see it now?
Now it is okay. Now it's on the 11th slide.
And you see them moving?
Now we see the movement. If you can move it for us, then we will get to know if it is moving or not.
I'm moving now the slide. You see them changing?
No, sir.
Or it's stuck?
It's
stuck.
frozen
So I will
on
stop
the 11th
sharing
slide.
and I will start from the beginning.
I did move now, yeah.
Can you follow the slides now?
So right now it's on slide 14.
It's stuck or it's moved now?
It's stuck, sir. It's frozen on slide 14, yeah. Now it's moving, yeah.
In this way you can see the moving?
No, sir, we're not able
Or
to
it's
see a slide at all here. So sorry about it.
You can see the slide now?
Definitely yes. Now it's moving. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so I'm running on the slide that I already spoke about, the annual rainfall in Israel, our center in Gilat in the south, educational activity, and this is the activity that we have with the children and with the teacher, with the different institutes. And this is another activity we have, we call it Mazratech. It's for the Arab young children coming from the Bedouin sector in the southern part of Israel. This is a population of nomad people, and now they settle in permanent locations, and we share with them our advanced knowledge in agriculture, and the idea is that they will bring back this knowledge to their villages and will start to develop advanced agriculture in their villages. So you can see a few slides from the activity with those students. We have also innovation competition for young children from different schools. The last competition was a month ago. We had around 100 groups from all over the country which developed different technology for advanced agriculture, and it's kind of competition, and the best one, of course, get a prize. And it motivates a young student both to learn agriculture and also to think about innovation. We have activity of gardening and marketing program for youth at risk with special needs. We see that when they're going to the field and work in the field, it helps them a lot and allows them to integrate better to the society later. We have a lot of activity of student exchange program, students coming from all over the world and work with us on different projects. Currently, we have around 400 students for master degree, PhD, and postdoc. Our institute cannot provide the academic degree, so we are working in collaboration with all the universities in Israel, while we provide the scholarship and guide the research. The universities provide the academic umbrella. In addition to the students, we have around 80 foreign trainees that come in from all over the world. In addition, we are doing training courses. Here I present some example of courses that we have done along the last years for trainees coming from the Palestinian territory. We share similar cultivation conditions, similar pests and diseases, similar sources of water. So we invite them to come for a week and give them lecture and a presentation and a tour in the field on different topics that will assist them to develop the agriculture in their area. In the left side, you can see a training course on using low quality water. In the right side, how to cultivate fruit trees with special emphasis on irrigation and cultivation management. I also conducted lately a training course on olive cultivation and how to produce high quality olive oil, how to fertilize correctly the crops, and also workshops with Jordanian, Palestinian, and other neighboring countries. Here, for example, a workshop on sustainable agriculture. And for those workshops, we also invite young students to expose to the knowledge that the researchers have. The last point I would like to mention is conferences, virtual and face-to-face conferences on different aspects. Again, it's kind of a route to provide some information on education to students and children that like to be educated with up-to-date information on farming. Okay, so it was a short presentation, and if someone have any question, I'll be happy to reply.
If there are any questions from the audience to serve.
Okay, I'm sorry I will not be able to come personally to be in the conference. It looks like a very interesting conference, but due to health issues at the last minute I had to cancel. I hope you enjoy my presentation, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having joined for our conclave. Thank you very much for your presentation as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Now may I invite Dr. Mazura, Deputy Director, Institute of Bioproduct Development, UTM Head, Advanced Material and Separatism Technologies Research Group, UTM Malaysia, for a presentation.
Hello again, everyone. Okay, can I have my slides playing? Okay, so I am here again today on this stage to speak a little bit more about my university as well as my research center. So I'll be going according to the slides. So I'll just press down, up, down. Okay, so as I told you in the forum or in the discussion just now in the afternoon, our center is called Institute of Bioproduct Development, which is a center under University Technology Malaysia. And we are currently doing some research and innovation for creativity and innovation in bioprocessing for herbal and also from microbes. Down, isn't it? Down. Okay. So we are located, we have three campuses. Our main campus is in Johor Bahru, which is the south of Malaysia, here. This is our campus in Johor. And then we have another campus in Kuala Lumpur and another one in Pagoh, Johor Bahru, Pagoh, Johor, somewhere around here. Okay, so that is much smaller than what we have in Johor Bahru. And then this is how the campus looks like after, I think we moved to Johor Bahru permanently in the 1980s. And then this is in Kuala Lumpur. In the red circle is our campus in Kuala Lumpur. And we have 19 hectares over there. And this is our campus in Johor Bahru, which is much, much bigger, 1,145 hectares. And that is our smaller campus, which is focusing on agriculture, and it's called Innovation Center in Agri-Technology for Advanced Bioprocessing. Okay, so in terms of rankings, I know some of you are not very fond of rankings, but in the World University Ranking for Asia, we are at the 39th, and for the World University Ranking, we are at the 203rd place. And by subject, we have a top 50 program, which is engineering problem, and all those statistics you can see. Okay, and this is our humble beginning from 1904 up till 1972, and then we moved to Johor Bahru campus in 1985, and then in 2010 we become a research university, which is one of the 5 universities in one of the 5 research universities in Malaysia. And in terms of faculties, we have 12 faculties. I know that in majority of the universities around the world or in Malaysia itself, we will have like faculty of engineering, which will house all the engineering degrees or discipline. But we are quite special. We have one dedicated faculty for each engineering discipline students. Collaboration. We have 3 models altogether. And the first model is to do bilateral agreements focusing on academic and research cooperation. That is the first model. And the second model is to do global research or academic network of universities on niche focus areas, not only universities. And the third model is to do strategic international collaboration with reputable universities. And these are, like I said in the previous session, we have 300 academic research global partnership with many entities around the country. And we have also global alliances in niche area. And these are all our partners around the world. We have strategic collaboration with top global universities as well, as listed in the slides. But I don't want to talk too much about UTM. What I want to present today or share with you today is more about IBD, which is Institute of Bioproduct Development. So this is where our institute is placed under the university. We have a few research entities or categories in UTM. We have the umbrella is the Department of Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. And we have Research Alliance, we have Service Entity, but we are under the category of Center of Excellence, which is there in the red circle. Okay, so this is our niche area. We do plant biotech as well as microbe biotech. So our niche area is for biodiversity utilization for human wellness, and also for plants and microbial bioproducts. So what I'm going to focus on today is specifically on our herbal extraction center, which is our, and in that category. Also, for they don't want to put UTM, it's according to the contract with them. So when we are signing the MOA or the agreement with them, we will spell out what the industry wants and what we will need. Also for essential oil and fragrance, where the Herbal Extraction Center will play the role in order to produce the essential oil, to produce the powder from the plants as well. Okay, and then our core unit, which is the Herbal Extraction Center. This is a one-stop center, actually, for us to process your herbal and plants, to be in the not not the yet, but maybe one of your key ingredients for your product, which is like an intermediate material for you to add some more things or some more additives in it for you to have the final product for you. And the services that we do is, number one, we support laboratory research projects in bulk amount of samples. We can produce like 45 kilogram of powder per batch, which will take about 8 hours. Also, we can do freeze drying of your product if it's heat sensitive. So that also for 20 to 30 kilogram per batch. And we also do plant and herbal processing for extraction, filtration, drying, and whatnot. And service number 3 is if you have already done the experiments in your lab and you need it to be upscaled. You need it to be scaled up. So we will do scaling up study from laboratory to pilot scale production as well for you. And service number 4 is for analysis of herbal and plant materials. So let's say you have developed a food product and you want to see whether this food is good for the community or not. So there are a list of analyses that you can do for the food product that you have developed. And these are all the exemplary plants that we have done so far, like Eurycoma longifolia, which is Tongkat Ali in Malay, Ficus deltodea, Labisa pumila. All these are plants and herbs that will give you body and wellness for human being. Okay? And the facilities we have state-of-the-art machines that we have been funded by the government, like for nearly 10 million Malaysian ringgit was funded. And we have already purchased and procured all these state-of-the-art equipment, including the 50-liter explosion-proof extractor. And we have the extruder and grinder to make it smaller in terms of size. And we have a pilot scale extractor, which can produce 500 liter, or the capacity is 500 liter. And this is the key equipment for you to produce powders, which is spray drying and also freeze drying. Spray drying is by spraying the extract into powder, and freeze drying is by freezing it to like negative 30 degrees Celsius and abruptly bring the temperature up, and you can vaporize the solid water molecule into vapor without going through the liquid phase. So that is freeze drying. And we also have granulator and tableting machine for you to have like a prototype of your products, not to produce it in a big capacity for you to sell, but for a sample of your product, the end product of your sample. And this is what we have done so far. Our humble achievement for 2022, how much money we made, how many joint. For your information, we also have joint laboratory and satellite labs. So for any foreign university, we have from Japan, already have their satellite lab in our institute. Or companies, they can put their equipment, send their staff there, and we will work together to develop your product or to solve your industrial problems. And those are like publications that we have done, and also MOA and MOU signed with the industry and other universities, also some corporate social responsibilities that we've done. So far, this is the positioning of our center in the global arena. We have quite a few collaboration with a number of universities, as well as organizations or companies around the world. Not only universities, we have like Indonesia Industrial Biotech, we have universities as well, and we are waiting for India to be in that map. So maybe soon we will have a collaboration with India, and we of course will put you in our positioning in the global arena. Okay, so this is how we keep our visibility and our internationalization plan. So today is actually one of our effort to reach out to India. To reach out to India because we know that India is a very serious producer of herbal and plants product, and you have many startup companies that are trying to develop their own prototype or your own product, but sometimes you don't have the facility, you don't have the entity to facilitate you to in that line. All right, so you can always discuss with me on what we have to do next on the way forward, maybe at dinner or tomorrow, and I'll give you all the details. And as far as for the phytochemical and HEC unit, we actually have two main units. One is for phytochemical, where Associate Professor Dr. Chua is specializing in the chemistry part for isolation of compounds, for identification of compounds, so she will do. But for the processing, I am heading the unit now, and I am focusing more on facilitating the processing of your plant and herbal products. And we have some research officers who has also PhDs, so they are also scientists who will assist us in terms of solving your problem, your industrial problem, as well as assisting in the operation of the Herbal Extraction Center. And one research assistant, not to forget. And these are our list of industrial clients so far, with 45 companies since the commencing of the HEC unit. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, may I request you to join us back on stage? Dr. Mazra, ma'am, if I can request you to come back on stage. We'd like to present you with a small memento as a token of love and appreciation. May I request our chairman, sir, to do the honors, please. Thank you, everybody.
Digital era. Just a little profiling of our university. Our university is located in Catbalogan City, Samar, and we are categorized as a small SUC, but assessed by the Commission on Higher Education as Level 3 Smart University. This means that we have the potential to use emerging technologies for innovative teaching and learning, able to manage large amount of data for value and insights, and use emerging technologies in everyday life. So we offer 82 multidisciplinary programs, and at present we have 235 teaching personnel with 121 non-teaching personnel. Our current enrollment is 8,153 across all the 4 campuses of the university. And majority of our students come from poor families. So all of them enjoy free tuition fees because they are all grantees of Republic Act 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education of the Philippines. So it's the government that is paying us their tuition fees. Our quality higher education. So this is our vision, to be a transformative university committed to technology, innovation, and service excellence with our mantra, we innovate, we build, we serve. The digital era, I think there were so many discussions about the digital era. So technopreneurship, and many others. I think it's not working. Oh, okay. So we summarize in a framework our ultimate outcome measures with this framework. This is actually with provisions for lean management, quality assurance, green, sustainable learning and earning universities that fosters health and wellness. And these three important pillars will be achieved through convergence, partnerships and collaborations. We cannot remain in our own silos. We need to collaborate with other organizations and higher education institutions. And of course, global perspective or the internationalization and digital transformation. So there are many outgrowths of our framework, but one of the important outgrowths is our establishment of research and innovation centers. We started with 3 centers in 2016, and as of 2023, we have established 10 research and innovation centers, and all these centers are implementing banner programs that are highly impactful, highly innovative. But let me just cite some of these centers and some of their banner programs for lack of time. For example, our Research Center for Culture and Social Issues engages in research and practices addressing cultural and social issues that may provide solutions to some of the most pressing problems. And one of our banner projects for this center is the annual conduct of the Poverty Conference since 2017, which serves as a platform for meaningful dialogues and sharing of ideas, strategies, and approaches. And one of the cutting-edge outgrowths of this center is the establishment of the Summer Island Institute of Medicine, and adopting the tagline, "My classroom, my community, my responsibility." And this is to address the big gap or the big need for medical practitioners in Summer Island, which is the 3rd largest island in the country. We also have the Center for Geographic Information, the Summer Island Geographic Information System and Data Analytics Center. And this center envisions to be the leader of geospatial research and predictive data analytics in the country. And one of its externally funded projects is titled GeoMap Samar. We launched this in December of 2021. This is a web-based GIS and real-time data agricultural acquisition application that provides information of crops, land use, and soil quality, and also information for improving crop yield and productivity. We also have the Center for Engineering, Science, and Technology Innovation. And this center aims to make significant contributions to the growing scientific knowledge in engineering and technology. One of its externally funded projects is the design and generation of hybrid alternative energy source for remote and rural areas. And one of the projects that was birthed because of this project is titled Pailaw sa Komunidad, which means light for the community. And this aims to provide power source to the poorest communities of Matuguinaw, Samar with the use of solar panel and hydroelectric power source. Other cutting-edge outputs or projects of this center is, for example, the SSU Smart EduBox. This SSU Smart EduBox is a wireless sensor-based educational service delivery invention that addressed the need for content delivery during the pandemic. And our faculty members, our students made use of this Smart EduBox even without internet, even without electricity. Other cutting-edge projects are, for example, the HR Analytics and Human Resource Information System, the 3D visualization of citywide geohazard mapping and simulation of what-if scenarios, and the digital innovation and transaction operation for all. These projects of our centers actually led to the top 1 ranking of Samar State University in the world universities with real impact along the 4th Industrial Revolution in 2022. And last week, I just attended the Hanseatic League of Universities Conference in Florida Gulf Coast University, and we maintained our spot as rank 1 along 4th Industrial Revolution, although we have also our ranking in industrial application, social responsibility, ethics, and integrity. The center of the university that passionately fosters technopreneurship is Technology Business Incubator, Local Alliance of Marine-Based Businesses, and Food Technology. The term lambat is a Filipino term which means fishnet, because Catbalogan City, where the university is located, is dubbed as the City of Manaragat or City of Fisher Folks. So the Technology Business Incubator Center of the university aligned the programs along this related to fishnet. So starting with the phase 1 bait and hook, incubation and hatchery, and then tag and release. And the center offers many services for our students, our faculty, or even other stakeholders who are interested to go into entrepreneurship. So I'd like to emphasize that we also include IP protection assistance to our clients or our students or even faculty members. The Peddler is one of our first batch of incubatees, because this center started in 2018, and we have already had 3 cohorts of our incubatees. Our first cohort, or our first batch, one of our incubatees is Peddler, and now it's a multi-million point-of-sale mobile app helping micro, small, and medium enterprises. So there are other milestones of the center, but for lack of time, we just flash them on screen. We have also industry partners. We have already empowered about 19 incubatees, and we have already generated investments received by our incubatees and even by the center itself. And we are hailed as the top patent filer in the country in 2019, and the only HEI awarded as Gawad Yamang Isip awardee, and all the other milestones and achievements or recognitions. But I would just like to go back to our framework, which we are now passionately working, because we want to be smart, we want to be world-class, we want to be future-proofed university. So we are passionately strengthening our pool of talents, our academic programs to be inclusive, diverse, and responsive, and as well as for good governance and policies, with, of course, the partnerships and collaborations. This is why we have forged memorandum of agreement or memoranda of understanding to universities and organizations all over the world. And we also have our board-approved digital transformation plan. We hope to be able to be fully transformed digitally, hopefully by 2025. And based on our digital transformation roadmap, and of course, considering also global perspective or internationalization perspective. So on behalf of Samar State University community, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present SSU. Dhanyavad. Thank you, and mabuhay.
And thank you for using the words namaste and dhanyavad. It means a lot to us as Indians. And thank you for your presentation. Now I request our chairman to present a memento to you as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you very much, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everybody to join us back at 7:45 p.m. to witness the cultural performance organized by the Department of Youth, Advancement, Tourism, Culture and Government of Andhra Pradesh. The presence of the audience and your appreciation would mean a lot for these performing artists. Let me tell you that there are close to 60 performing artists who are just waiting to showcase their talent in front of you. An acknowledgement in the simplest of simplest form, that is your applause, would be an impetus in motivating them. That means a lot to them than any other awards. So thank you very much, everyone, and I hope to see you back at 7:45 p.m. to witness these performances. Thank you very much.
Sabhaya Namaha. Sabhaya Namaha. Sabha Saraswache Namaha. Sri Sivananda Gurubhyo Namaha. Vidwan Sarvatra Pujate. Welcome to all the delegates of World Forum for Education. The theme of dance presentation today is Vasudhaika Kutumbakam. The whole earth is one family. The famous dance forms of India, Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Kuchipudi, Manipuri, and Tappatagullu are being performed today from north, east, west, and south. Let's join our hands welcoming the various dance teams and the dancers from various parts of India. And this is sponsored by the Department of Culture, Andhra Pradesh, organized by none other than Vikram Gaut. The first song will be Athithi Devo Bhava. In Vasudhaika Kutumbakam, the culture of India treats its guests as equal to God. Athithi Devo Bhava. Let this universe be under peace, love, and happiness. Let us all unite in driving away the difficulties. Har mushkil ko harayenge. Let us all forget walls, borders, lines. Har seema had ko par kar denge. Arthvyavastha aur swasthya vyavastha ko sudharenge. Powerful economy, healthy wealth and wealthy health. हर दिल का फर्ज निभाएंगे, धरती को स्वर्ग बनाएंगे, अमलिन शांति और भाईचारा. Let's all come together for universal brotherhood and pervading peace. This is our motto, this is our space, and this is our slogan. And let us progress, putting our best foot forward. आगे ही कदम बढ़ाएंगे, इन पवित्र संकल्प लेकर. Atithi Devo Bhava. Welcome to G20 by Kuchipudi and Bharatanatyam. Kuchipudi is being manned by Hari Ramurthy and Bhanu et al. Bharatanatyam by Srikant Raghupatrani. India welcomes the group of G20. The previous and the premier forum for economic cooperation and World Federation of Education, भारत सभी प्रतिनिधियों को स्वागत कर रहे हैं. Gurudev Pandit Rabindranath Tagore said, where the mind is without fear. That great land of India wishes Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. We wish happiness, fulfillment, and satisfaction to all. Sarve Bhadrani Pasriyantu. Let safe atmosphere, climate, and weather pervade all over. The land of abundant opportunities welcomes you. And this is performed by Kathak Shri Yasmin Singh and Party, and Manipuri Tanmay Paul and Party. Please.
Goodness unlimited, praises beauty uncharted, joy unbounded, blessings freely granted, fun and fulfillment, living in the moment. You and all meet each other, caring for one another. Hey, look around, hear the sound playing for you. Welcome to India. Welcome to India. Welcome to India, is where it all. Welcome to India. Welcome to India, the trip you always wanted. Welcome to India. Welcome to India. Welcome to India, is where it all started. Welcome to India, the trip you always wanted.
Next item, Krishnam Kalaya Sakhi Sundaram. This dance form is Kuchipudi and Sri Hariramurthy and Bhanu group. This Kuchipudi is a small village of Andhra Pradesh which is famous for its dance style, Kuchipudi. Pranamam Prashasmahe Guru Mahoday Sri Vempati Chinnasatyam, who is a part and who spent his life in development of Kuchipudi. And here, the most important thing, the plate dance. Krishnam Kalaya Sakhi Sundaram. He Sakhi, Krishna Kanhaya ko dekhenge, jo bahut sundar hai aur madhur bhi hai. And this plate dance, it is a brass plate, the rim of which the dancer is to be supple, stable, yet moving. Very difficult dance form. And this Kuchipudi is being performed by our Sri Hariramurthy and Bhanu and Party. And
बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखी सुन्दरं नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुरत्यन्तमपरिमित नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुरत्यन्तमपरिमित तक्कडतक तरिकडतक तज्जं तज्जं तकजं तज्जं 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 कुं तक्कडतक तरिकडतक तज्जं तज्जं तकजं तज्जं 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 कुं तक्कडतक तरिकडतक तज्जं तज्जं कुं तक्कडतक तरिकडतक तकजं तज्जं 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 तकजं तज्जं 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 तरिकडतं 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 तज्जं तज्जं तकजं तज्जं 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 तरिकडतं 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 तज्जं तज्जं तकजं तज्जं 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 तरिकडतं 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 नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुरत्यन्तमपरिमित नृत्यन्तमिह मुहुरत्यन्तमपरिमित तद्धरित्तकिण्णजं तर्रित्तकिण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तज्जं तज्जं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तकजगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तत्तरित्तकिण्णजं तर्रित्तकिण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तज्जं तज्जं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तकजगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तद्धरित्तकिण्णजं तर्रित्तकिण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तद्धरित्तकिण्णजं तर्रित्तकिण्णजं तक्किण्णजं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तक्किण्णजं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तक्किण्णजं तज्जगणकु धानु धानु धीनु धीनु तज्जं धानु धानु तक तकजं धीनु धीनु तक धानु धानु तक धीनु धीनु तक धानु धानु तक धीनु धीनु तक 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 धानु धानु तक धीनु धीनु तक धानु धानु तक धीनु धीनु तक धानु धानु तक धीनु धीनु तक 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 दित्तंगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृतिगृ திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்தித்தங்கிறது தித்தங்கிறது ததிங்கிணத 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 தத்ததிங்கிணத 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 தித்தங்கிறது தித்தங்கிறது திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்தித்தங்கிறது தித்தங்கிறது திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்தித்தங்கிறது தித்தங்கிறது ததிங்கிணத 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 தத்ததிங்கிணத 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 தித்தங்கிறது திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்தித்தங்கிறது திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்திங்கிண்ணத்தும் தத்தித்தங்கிறது திங்கிணத ததிங்கிணத ததிங்கிணத தத்ததிங்கிணத 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 ருத்யந்தமிக முஹூரத்யந்தமபரிமித ருத்யந்தமிக முஹூரத்யந்தமபரிமித भृत्यानुकूलमखिल सत्यं सदा बाल भृत्यानुकूलमखिल सत्यं सदा बालकृष्णं कलय सखि सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखि सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखि सुन्दरं बालकृष्णं कलय सखि सुन्दरम्
Next, we will have Yasmin Singh and party from Madhya Pradesh in the Kathak style in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Nada Tanum Anisham Shankaram Namami Me, said Sangeeta Jagadguru Sri Chagaraja Swami. Shankar, Bholenath, Maheshwar, Nataraj, all divine names refer to the one that causes auspiciousness. Shiva, जिसको नाम लेते ही शुभ और लाभ पहुंचाएंगे सबको. शिव, शंकर, आदि देव, शंभु, भोलेनाथ, महाबली, आदि अंत शिव, हरिहर महादेव, हर हर महादेव, the beginning of all, the successful end of all. Here are we, that is a full strength of stamina of Mahabali, Bholenath. And he is Bhakta Sulabh. That is, he comes very easily by penanting. And pranam karte hai hum sab pavitra Bharat ko, jaya he, jaya he, jaya he, jaya 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 he bolke at the end of this song. And we think of Birju Maharaj Kathak, and we'll start the performance of Yasmin Singh. Yaha Asmin, Yasmin. Next, we have Tanmay Pal from Manipuri, West Bengal. Not yet, okay. Mohanam, Sammohanam is the only expression that we get when we think of Manipuri. Under the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Spurti, we have today 2 folk dances and 1 classical Manipuri dance form. The pre-Vaishnav and Vaishnav period are very good in Manipuri dance form. And the dance drama central theme is the Lord Krishna and Radha, their love story. And technical terms, Jagoi, which is Lasya, and Cholom is Tandava. And the instruments are drums and flute that are played. And Lai Haroba means merrymaking of the gods. And the chief priestesses and priests perform the dance form, who are known as Maibis and Maibas. That is why Maibi Jagoi or Laima Jagoi. And the Manipuri art form is a classical dance of the northeastern state of India. And today's performance, both ancient and newer forms of Manipuri dance are depicted under the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Tanmay Pal, and Manipuri, West Bengal. Sorry for the technical inconvenience caused to the audience. This sort of glitches are quite common, but not quite rare in these arts. It's taking that much of time to come from Manipur to this Vizag. That's the delay, I think. Their dresses and they're very explicit and very difficult to transport even the dress. Next item in the Vasudhaika Kutumbakam is Srikant Raghupatrani group from Srikakulam, Andhra Pradesh. They will be presenting Bharatanatyam dance form in Vande Mataram. The very word Bharata is Bhava, Raga and Tala. Music and dance with a spiritual attitude is the essence of Bharat ki Adhyatmikata. Bharatanatyam, one of the great dance forms of India, pranams to Bharata Muni. Pranam he Mata, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Supalam, Malayaja Sitalam, Sasya Shamalam, Suprajosnam, Pulakita Yaminim, Pulla Kusumita, Drumadala Sobhinim, Suhasinim, Sumadhura Bhashinim, Sukhadam, Varadam, Mataram, Vande Mataram. Bharat Mata, सदा हम सुखी रहे, शांति रहे, ये धरती अन्नपूर्णा बन के सबको भूख मिठा ले, ये धरती फूल पत्र और फल भर के पेड़ों से हमें सबको रक्षा दे. श्रीकांत रघुपत्रनी, भरतनाट्यम from Srikakulam, Andhra Pradesh. Pranams to Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, the author of this great Vande Mataram. And next will be Tappeta Gullu by Neelaboyana Sacham and group from Bobili. Bobili is Veera Rasa. Veera Bobili Kotalo, it's said. Tappeta Gullu is highly devotional and lively drama of yesteryears performed by men only from north coastal Andhra districts, that is Srikakulam, Vijayanagaram and Visakhapatnam. Tappeta Gullu एक नाट्य रीति जो नॉर्थ कोस्टल जिले ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश में बने हुए हैं, विशाखा, विजयनगरम और श्रीकाकुलम आंध्र प्रदेश से। इसमें मर्द लोग सिरोवेस्टन और नूपुर पहन के नृत्य करेंगे। हाथों में एक सिंबल भी रहता है, डप्पू। This is with the hands they will perform, and ankle belts they have, and they will wear a shirt and a loin cloth. And the beautiful forms of dance, the beautiful rhythm created by hand, the symbol and the ankle belts. That is a wonder to watch. And Sri Neelaboyana Sacham and group from Bobili, Andhra Pradesh. Tappeta Gullu.
Check.
They've set the stage on fire. They've set the stage on fire. Excellent, excellent performance. Sri Veerabuena, Satyam.
From Shantiniketan, Rabindranath Tagore.